of talking with famous people. And this is the most exciting experience of your life or anyone else's life. The most exciting experience in all of human history. That's what I offer every day, multiple times a day sometimes, usually. Today's no exception. How Eric secretly made this title. Well, what I did is I remembered the example titles that Ruben gave me yesterday, and I said, I'm going to put something in parentheses in this title because it's like leaning forward to whisper into somebody's ear, hey, I did this secretly. So I'm pretty pleased that I can feel my poop turning around inside of me, which means it's unlikely to come out breech, you know. Thanks, Winston's mom. I thought it went pretty well too. But you know what I think is going to go even better? This morning's poop. It's really gathering momentum right now. I came out to have a health tube, confident when I came out to have a health tube that wasn't going to be interrupted by any need to poop, but now I'm kind of wondering if I wasn't overly optimistic there. I think I maybe end up just taking a couple puffs off this health tube and heading straight to the baño, which is Mexican for bathroom. We have big storms in our area. You do? I am fine. Thank you for asking. We've got storms coming into our area too. Tomorrow, Friday, Saturday. Tomorrow and Friday's supposed to get rain. Saturday, a little bit of snow. All right. I gotta make my way into the bathroom now before I poop my pants. You don't want me to poop my pants, do you? Oh, God. I hope you aren't advocating in favor of pants pooping. I think we've discussed this before. You should oppose pants pooping, not favor it. This is straightforward enough advocacy. We don't have to be confused about it at all. All right. I've got my little footstool here. And I just need my butt stool to come out now. It's good to urinate. The juicy, juicy juice of pooping poopy poops. There's some real stink poops I got this morning. Some real old-fashioned stink poops. Well, I would say that these little stink poops that I'm making don't correlate strongly with digestive health. But, it's better than holding the poops inside. Turns out the inside of my butt isn't even zoned for poop storage, so I guess it got grandfathered in. Ow! This is a mini wiper, I can just tell. I just barely got started with the wiping. I can already tell it's going to be a mini wiper. I don't mean M-I-N-I. I mean M-A-N-Y. Oh, Eric. Pooping and peeing, one of the things you're supposed to master when you're a small child. But even into my 50s, I'm not a good pooper. If I were a good pooper, I'd poop regularly at the same time every day. That's what good poopers do. Weak poopers like me, whose poop game is not really on point, well, I guess ultimately we're just jealous of the XSXJs and their magnificent ability to poop. Alright, now that I have pooped some, let's go back outside and go ahead and finish that cigarette that we started. Because it got hijacked just a couple puffs in by my pressing need to poop. Oh. I do have some news for everybody. Might be of interest to some of you. I'm typing Cone Man today at 1 o'clock. I'm not really looking forward to it because when I type people, I like for them to be happy, I like somebody to come in wanting clarity about something that they currently don't have clarity about. The Taylor's crowd crew is quite an eclectic bunch, but what? So is everybody else, really. That was one of the points I was making last night, is that High Hunters Locomotives. And some of what they were talking about over there, one of the big problems with it is straightforwardly that it presumes there's some people out there who are not like regular people, who have this magical ability to be monolithic in their goals and plans, to have clarity about how to manifest the outcome they want, to be able to predict outcomes in sort of superpowered way, etc. But as we see in flow state in here as well, even with communities that select themselves, in other words, the most naturally occurring communities of all, people who want to be here and talk to me and blah, 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 blah. I think he's English, actually, Wilfett. But British, But anyway, even in these hand-selected communities where everybody here is here because they want to be, nobody has to be here, we can't even reach agreement about basic things here or there at all. So why is this? Who are these supposed people who've got this secret superpower to control everything. Get drunk, everybody, says Annoyed Calico Cat. Well, that is a possible choice, but I would say probably not the best choice. Do we get to watch you type, Conrad? No. I don't know. We're not doing it live. He may elect to record and publish or record and share privately. I'll respect his wishes regardless. Or he may elect not to record at all. In any event, I'll be able to reference information that is generated by that typing session, you know? So while you may or may not be able to see it, I will be able to reference it. The Cone Man is a guy. As far as I can tell, based on his email address. His actual Christian given name is not Cone Man, believe it or not. But he does have a boy's name. So, if you thought that his parents actually had named him Cone Man, well, you were wrong. It's pretty chilly this morning. You want me to watch you eat, huh? How am I doing this morning? Doing fine, JC. I noticed it actually right here, that you said you want to ask me something. Yeah, you could always call me. I mean, not right now because I'm streaming, but I do have a phone number that's on, I believe it's on all my videos. And I saw, I don't know where it is now. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Latest comment. I want to ask you something. So it says. Live. Piao. So are people really excited about how it was that I secretly made this title? I am feeling fine this morning. Well, I woke up feeling a little tore up, you know. I could maybe have gotten a little more sleep than I did last night. But I feel, you know, okay. Not bad. I feel okay about the performance last night as a person. I think it went well. It's odd because I used to really get some juice out of performing live. That was back before I had the ability to regularly perform live in front of the live stream. All right, I'll tell you how I secretly made the title. What I did is I referred to the titles that Ruben copy and pasted here yesterday, and I copied that. That's how I did it. So I did do it secretly until I started the stream, at which point I revealed the secret to everybody. So it doesn't say in the title, you'll note that it stays permanently a secret. So there's no, yeah, my phone number, I'll just type it in the chat, it's fine. I mean, I have it written down on like every video. That's my phone number. And we no longer have a landline. We used to have a landline when we first moved in. And there were plenty of occasions when we actually needed that landline because, like, our phones, neither of them got any bars back here when we first moved here. We since switched to Verizon, which gives us a little bit better coverage, but the power would go out. We need to use the landline to do certain things. The generator wasn't working, etc. So I was glad we had the landline for a while. But now that we have fiber optic internet, we don't need to. There's no point in having a landline because the landline basically it goes with DSL. You don't have to have DSL and a landline. You can just have DSL, but that's a recent phenomenon. When we first moved here, before they had fiber, it was you had to get a landline to get DSL. You couldn't not get a landline to get DSL. So anyway, we don't have a landline anymore, but I got my phone fixed. For months after we moved here, my cell phone was broken. But now it's working again. I was happy when I finally got it up and operational again. So I did find it a little surprising when I was in close to stream booth briefly how this idea that like sort of everything is fixed, that Eminem is some kind of a strategy. Good night, hunters, locomotives, sleep well. Yeah, I know. I'm close to 9,900. I know that much. Yeah, 0.99. So that's pretty exciting. I don't think I will hit 10,000 during this live stream. And the reason is because even when a live stream is totally popping and I'm getting a lot of subs, I'm still topping out probably at like 50 or 60 subs in a stream. I mean, I'm not going to get more than that. So it's very unlikely that I'll hit 10,000 in this stream, but it's not inconceivable that I could hit 10,000 today. And once I do hit 10,000, then I just have to wait for 100,000. Will that ever happen? Unlikely. But I don't know. I have this kind of vague hope that somehow YouTube decides to facilitate me more because I hit 10,000 subs or something like that. Most people never hit 10,000. That's a very real achievement. Well, I do feel like, it's a nice achievement. I also am aware of the fact that I have watched countless people enter into typology topic YouTubing and shoot in just instantly past me. Just 20,000 subs. 30,000 subs. So the thing is, as I've said before, what I would really feel like comprised a true real achievement is if I could establish somehow that I was the slowest person ever to reach 10,000 subs. And I think that's very possible, I think most people either never reach it or reach it a lot faster than I did. People who get stuck where I got stuck for such a long time, they're going to quit usually. right? So in that regard, I feel like I want YouTube to send me an email acknowledging not just that I made 10,000 subs, but that I took longer to do that than anybody else in YouTube history. That would be something to really be proud of. Because what does that show you? It shows you persistence in the face of endless failure. Well, it's my current goal, Sebastian Silva, is to get 10,000. I've been YouTubing since 2012, I think. So we're looking at going on 12 years now. You know, pretty much 12 years exactly, because I think I started like in April or something. I am using my Health Tube 2.0 to inhale healthful vapors that improve mental acuity, cardiovascular health, and a lot of other things. Well, Sebastian Silva, I have definitely done that. If you look at my channel at all, you'll see I've got more content than you can throw a stick at. You're probably going to lose your Wi-Fi because of the weather. I've been putting out pretty much more or less daily content for 10 years. There's only ever an active cadre, Nine, and Blind on here. Well, I'm not sure if that's true. Right now, of late anyway, I've been seeing a lot more new faces coming in, right? Sure, people come and go, and people have always come and gone, but it's also the case that for most of the time that I've been doing the channel, that I see new faces much less frequently as I have the last month or so, you know. Yeah, well, I'm thriving despite the fact that I've not made this career, so I'm not so worried about that. But it is central to my life and has been for a long time now. And exactly, Ruben's got it nailed. Once I hit 10,000, then I just delete the channel because I've met my goal and there's no point trying any further. Have I tried melatonin? Yes, it doesn't do anything to me. It's pretty true of most channels. When I watch live streams, the same few people chat, but I'm seeing tons of new chatters here lately. Yeah, exactly. And that's exciting for me because it's uncharacteristic, unfamiliar to me. And most of all, because it means I'm getting subs for what I actually do rather than for something else. I can always get subs by making shorts. It's easy to get a fair amount of subs if you make a lot of shorts. But I don't think those subs count for very much because ultimately the heart and soul of talking with famous people is live streaming. It's what I want to do. It allows me to engage with people in real time. Muggity meow, muggity mew, you know? So it's understandable that it's both pleasing to me and encouraging to me. Boba Fett says it's a very acquired taste, this stream. I actually disagree with you, Boba Fett. I would have agreed with you maybe 3 months ago, but based on the fact that if a lot of new eyes see the stream, it actually seems to convert into subs at a reasonably high rate. I would suggest that there might be even a fairly broad population of people who find this stream appealing. They like it. I've heard plenty of people say to me in recent days, like, You're chill. I like this place. I like the vibes here, stuff like that. I've not heard that historically, and so that's why I say, if you had said that a couple months ago, I would have agreed with you. But now I'm wondering if, maybe my long stretching failures linked to something other than my inherent lack of appeal, It's still possible what you say is true, I suppose, but well, at that point, Klaus, I could probably never accurately be called the guy who falsified evolution, because even though I did so independently, after having done so, I realized that, like, David Berlinski, for example, is somebody out there who's saying many of the same things that I'm saying. And since I watched him, in fact, I've incorporated a couple of his arguments. But he definitely beat me to that punch. And I'm sure there are other people out there who did as well. The fact that I falsified it independently, I mean, the thing is, it's not like I only falsified it in a meta-analysis sense, right? It wasn't like I did any experimentation to falsify anything. I just looked at a bunch of other people's works and evaluated all the various explanations that have changed over the years from this to that to the other thing, and drew the very reasonable conclusion that this isn't an explanation that makes sense. So it's surprising that more people aren't actively arguing that position, but I certainly am not the first to argue against it. And while I don't doubt that I'm among the best, David Berlinski is just as good. Although I will say that his affiliation with intelligent design is going to make a lot of people think he's sus, In that way, I'm better than Berlinski. I don't mess around with some alternative, right? I just expect evolution to do its job. And when it fails to do so, I say, well, that's not explaining anything. With cognitive functions, it actually, weirdly, impossibly, it seems like, if you think about things statistically, with cognitive functions, it actually was me who put all the disparate pieces together into something that makes sense. I know that it seems impossible that random Eric, some YouTuber, would have put together finally what socionics, MBTI, a bunch of other constructions of Jungian cognitive functions have been attempting to do for decades, right? But as far as I can tell, and I am evaluating things as objectively, correctly, dispassionately as I always do, whether it's this thing or anything else, as far as I can tell, I genuinely am responsible for resolving a bunch of things that needed resolution, you know? So, would I rather get credit for Meow Meow? Well, I guess it's cognitive functions because I don't think that people are ever going to benefit from cognitive functions until and unless they first accept that there's a single right articulation of it and all others are at least somewhat incorrect. So it's also the case that before people are going to accept that the single articulation of it is correct, they're going to need to link that single articulation probably to a specific guy. It's very hard to explain to somebody there's one correct explanation and the other explanations are wrong. It's much easier to convey to somebody, this guy figured it out, everybody else has been flailing. Then they don't have to evaluate well, it's because I was pooping ketchup this morning. Been pooping ketchup this morning. That boy Klaus is just awful, hot, loose, horrible stink poop. The kind of poop that scars you spiritually by virtue of its horrible, horrible smell. K.E., how are you? Got eliminated number 3 of the 6. Neither water nor soap. Correct, that boy Klaus. You know why? Because I'm a bold boy. In recent past days, I might have washed my hands just for effery reasons. Just be like, if I don't, someone's going to call me out on it. But today, I've got both middle fingers raised high into the air. And one of them is covered with poop. Core tenants, yeah. The thing is, that's number 2, though. Big dog mofo. Poop is number 2. Pee is number 1. Really, ejaculate is number 3. If you say, I'm going to go number 3, what you mean is you're going to rub one out, you know. Number 4 is, tears. Number 5 is mucus. Number 6 is sweat. The only other thing that you might imagine you need to get out of your body is spit. You could potentially say, I need to get out of my body like stuff that I squeeze out of pimples. Okay, fair enough. But that's not always the case. You don't always have pimples you need to squeeze. And you don't always need to spit. So, like, when I get sick, that's when I need to spit. I feel this, like, I've got too much spit in my mouth thing. But what is this? What is this even? What is this thing? Socks? It's racial socks? It's racial socks. That's what it is. Okay, all right, I'm coming. Let's watch the cat eat a little bit. I know, I hear you. I hear your plaintive meows. Yes, I value you as a friend and a kitty. You know what you do, kitty? You put the I am in importance. Oh, yes. Who needs lots of pets? Who needs to eat his breakfast while being paid attention to? You do. Oh, yes. Yes. Can you guess which two things Daddy does, Trouble? That's right. He knows and he loves. Oh, yes. I wish you'd stop shedding all the time. But, you know, you can't get everything you want in life. One thing that I want that I can't get is for this cat to shed less. It's one of those rare occasions when I'm really clear on my FI as well. I know very clearly that I want this cat to shed less, but because my TE is not good enough. Shedding is that cat's number 3 core tenet. Right. Well, trouble because he had his balls clipped. He goes number 1, number 2, and number 3 is hair. He just sheds off of them. For him, number 4 is hairball. I've never actually seen him cough up a hairball, but I know cats do that. And I've seen him attempt to cough up a hairball plenty of times. I've never actually seen one come out. But probably he has ejected one at some point. Trouble, beautiful tail pattern. My cat didn't shed when I adopted her, but she sheds a lot now. However, she was a kitten when you adopted her. Well, my other cat doesn't shed much. She's so clean and tidy and agreeable, easy, everything that Trouble's not. She is everything that Trouble is not. I can't help but kind of secretly hope that Trouble's older than I think, you know. He's so difficult that I'm sure it will be his death when it eventually comes. You know, he does have AIDS, and I don't know how old he is. He was a street cat. When he does eventually pass, I'm sure I'll be very sad. But I'll also be like, finally, finally, we don't have this horrible cat anymore. Mrs. Mom, you're talking like a character from an historical drama. It's called FIIV. Yes, it is. Big dog mofo. But I prefer to call it AIDS. No EHP can resist this 8-word phrase. As it's some random nonsense about cognitive functions when I knew nothing. Something like that. The weather out here in Indiana is crazy. It's 72 degrees today. Yesterday, today is 25 with a real feel of like 11. Gotta do a side job to make some money. I don't want to, but I have to. Well, hopefully you have a side job to do. Beards don't grow easy, so unless you're a kung fu master, my beard grows relatively easily. I see the Koreans are back. Maybe they're the same Koreans, maybe they're different Koreans. This one, she has a Mariposa in her name. I live in Mariposa. Mariposa means butterfly in Spanish. That's right. Isn't that fun? A nice linkage here. What is the 8-word phrase? It's no EHP can resist this 8-word phrase. Nicely done, Ruben. Nicely done. No joke, I think every Korean knows their type and uses it for dating apps even. However, KE, I would suggest that while they may know their type and use it for those things, just like Americans, they're as likely to be incorrect as they are correct. I'm not going to show you my few teeth that I have remaining because, um, you know, I try not to present my audience with the opposite of eye candy. Walk, please. People want to see me walk. Yeah, because I got a certain swagger when I walk. Kind of like a runway model. What was Bobby's favorite Korean boy band? BTS. It is Wonder Point Wednesday. Where is Bobby? I banned him a long time ago. When he pissed me off one day. He pissed me off by proving himself a hypocrite. It's one thing to be opposing a bunch of rationalism and sense making because you're so Christian. But then, if when I approach you from a Christian frame, you turn out to be just shitty at Christianity too, in the same way, like equally shitty about Christianity, then you're just being shitty all the time. There's no justification for your shittiness whatsoever. Has anybody heard from him? I have not heard from him. But, I can't be personally responsible for everybody who, encounters me on YouTube, has some portion of their life experience linked to this channel. I can't be responsible for all that, I'm just a guy. I'm just some guy like everybody else. And that's what all that dominant elite shit tends to forget, right? Is that everybody's just some guy, including these rich people or powerful people. They're still just some guy. Just some guy, just some lady, You are dirty. I'm dirty? What makes me dirty? Is it because I have dirt on me? I mean, I took a shower last night. I don't feel dirty. Isn't that a nice fan? I really like this fan. Unlike all the other fans in this house, which I do not like. I like this fan a lot. I think it looks, let's see how to make it look nice. Try to get it symmetrical, centered in the camera. Something. And then, if you turn it on, it spins around, see? And you can even, if you want to, turn on the light. Pretty exciting, huh? Anyway, that's my new invention. It's called a fan. And I think the purpose of it is more or less to get it to move air around. I thought, hey, here's an invention that's overdue. I think I'm going to come up with it right now. That's how I invent things. I'm the inventor type. I have invented a couple of things, I wouldn't say I invented this conceptually, but I remember one time at Laverne, I created my own counterweight door gate latch thing to make the gate close on its own all the way. I should have probably just bought a spring from the hardware store or something, but I invented my own little counterweight system. Not that I invented the concept of counterweights, but it worked too. I was very impressed with myself when I made that and it worked. I did do a lot of things that impressed myself when I lived in Laverne, building a chicken coop, and I made a lot of, I wrote a lot of songs, I made a lot of videos, I did a lot of stuff. You know, I'm not that effective anymore. Or I guess you'd say my attention's directed elsewhere, really. Of late, I've been putting the same amount of, hi gamer. I'm similar to Cantana. I don't know who Cantana is. Huh? Bent? Eric Cantana? I have no idea who Cantana is. But I tell you what we will do. Before we even have a health tube, let's give the Woodland friends some delicious cutlets, shall we? They want some. You want to see them get some. We're all on the same page here. There you go, Woodland friends. There you go. Enjoy some nice cutlets. I'll put some over here too. You guys can come with me to put them over here. Here's cutlet put area number 2. Good enough. That's enough cutlets for now. Okay. So now we've put some cutlets. We're here by the window. And I'll close this. And since there are no woodland friends take a little while to come back. They run away when I go over there and then they come back. Thanks for doing that, Winston's mom. It's very kind of you to reinforce that Isaiah's would like to live stream, but he can't yet because he doesn't have 50 subs. If you want to help him out by subbing just so he can live stream, I think we'd all appreciate it. He's a friend of the channel, as they say. Materazi Sound. Hello from Serbia, bro. Or brew. Hello, Materazi Sound. Hello from America to Serbia. And welcome to Talking with Famous People. We have quite a few people from Europe around here, you know. I think KE is from Europe somewhere. Also, Elaine is from Europe. Those are just the 2 people I see currently on the screen. Boba Fett's from India. That doesn't count as Europe. Because India is just a subcontinent. Unlike Europe, which for some reason is considered a continent. And being rude to the mods is the way to go. It's the thrill of it all. Not that most of us here can even read Korean. I certainly can't read Korean, but I can speak a little bit of Korean. I can say, Dambe pinan shiganida, which means it's time to smoke a health tube. Well, there are 50 people here at the moment. Isn't this insane? Since when do I ever get 50 people at a live stream? So also as far as subbing stuff goes, it is the case that I'm trying to get to 10,000 subs, and I currently have now it's 39 though, so it moves fast, right? People come in, they drop out fast. Most people who top in here probably don't spend but a few seconds in here and move on, right? But occasionally you'll encounter some viewers who are interested in what's going on, either because the conversation is interesting or maybe because they like to look at squirrels. Like, you got a lot of hot squirrel action around here. If you're into hot squirrel action, you're gonna really like this. You're really gonna like this channel because I provide a strong amount of hot squirrel action. My squirrel game is on point, you might say. You know that play, Bring the Funk, Bring the Noise? Well, my play is titled Bring the Squirrels, Bring the Cutlets. You can see how much they love their cutlets. They just dig right in, like, oh yeah, a fresh pile of cutlets. Fresh out of the cutlet oven. KE thinks my squirrels are too fat. KE, will you stop body shaming my squirrels? Okay? They have feelings too. KE thinks my squirrels are too fat. How horrible. These squirrels have perfect bodies just the way they are. You need to love them for who they are, KE. Not expect them to be different in some way. All right? Like, I have a very diverse neighborhood of squirrels. The squirrels around here are from all different races. It's up to him, Winston's mom. I'm gonna do it as promised, 1 o'clock today. 1 o'clock. Is it 1 or 2? I think it's 1. I'll double check. And then I'll treat it like any other typing session. I'll ask him if he wants me to record it, and tell him that if he does, then he can choose to either have me share with him privately or publish at the end, or delete it even if he wants, Because I'm not going to keep around unnecessary files. But, and then whatever happens, happens, He either says, yeah, publish it, or whatever else he says. I suppose it's conceivable that he might say, can we do this typing live? I'm not sure if I really like doing typings live. Those squirrels are fighting. Hey, be nice, guys. There's enough cutlets for everybody. There's a whole wall full of cutlets. Let your friends get some cutlets too. Don't just hog all the cutlets for yourself and chase your friend away. All right, well, maybe he's not your friend, but you're both squirrels, so you should learn to get along. Look, this bird and the squirrel can get along. Why can't 2 squirrels get along? Good question, Eric. Boy, that's a real allegory, isn't it? It's a real metaphor for life. I need to ask you something really important. Major question. Well, you don't need to inform me that you have a question. Um, you just go ahead and go right ahead and ask it. Nobody needs to inform anybody else that they're going to ask a question. The other person has no obligation to answer the question. When did I get my sex change operation? Last Thursday at 2 p.m. Doctor cut off my junk, converted me into a woman. I'm just waiting for the testosterone levels to drop so that my facial hair goes away, etc. I think I have more poop in me as well, probably a side effect of the surgery. I think Eric might just ask if they want a copy for themselves. Right. So almost always thank you, Burb Fur. I don't have my glasses, of course, so I'm having a strange read on the phone. I can read it over there though. For real, it was a decade ago, but it didn't take. That's why Eric still has a beard. Oh, it was a decade ago, right? That's when it was. Now I remember. Boy, I've got something that rhymes with Shmaya Shmia this morning. Sometimes referred to as loose bowels. So we're gonna have to go back into the bathroom. I apparently have even more poop in me. So yeah, for everybody who gets a typing session, the rules are the same. No matter how you get it, whether you pay for it or offer it free, or whether you pay like $50 even though it costs $100, like this guy Kevin did. It's like, okay, what am I gonna do? I just received a PayPal for $50. Oh, just type them. It's like, it is not worth it to email them and be like, you didn't pay me the right amount. Just type it. So I just said, okay, well, thanks for purchasing typing session. What day and time do you want? I did not mention that is not the price. I suppose if it became a regular problem, I'd have to do something about it, but it's just easier to just provide the service. More urine. Coffee goes right through me, I'll tell you. I have a couple cups of coffee in the morning, and I'm just basically saying, from this point forward, I'm going to be making urine. Well, this morning, though, got a particularly unpleasant variety of poop. It's not like colon blowing, where you have one big, awful poop, it's just like, bleh. Instead, it's plain dainty colon blow. It's going like, here's a little bit of poop. Now you have no more poop to poop out. Whoop. 5 minutes later, here's a little more. I don't like your dainty colon blow, but you need to poop properly. Either full on colon blow or just have nice regular poops or something. Not this pussyfooting around. It's like Steve Martin once said in his book Cruel Shoes. Don't be a pussyfooter. Nobody likes a pussyfooter. Yes, I believe that is an exact quote. That's my quote of the day for everybody. I want you to take the wisdom of Steve Martin and place it in your heart today. Quote of the day is, don't be a pussyfooter. Nobody likes a pussyfooter. Oh, butt full of hot death. I'm about to write you a referral to the principal. If you are not behaving as I expect, you're such gross poop that I decided I'm going to wash my hands. That should tell you something. I didn't even get any poop on my hands, but I'm washing them anyway because I got, that poop was so gross that I don't even want, vicinity contamination. It's the kind of poop that does double service as a biological weapon. It's the most horrible poop in the world. It's so stinky and awful and meow, 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 meow. It's the most horrible poop in the world. Yeah, it's hard to say what exactly is responsible for my odd poop. Could be the burrito I got at the taco truck on the way into Merced last night. I was actually planning on hitting the Taco Bell on the way into Merced, which is on the right as you enter town. But instead, before I got there, I saw this taco truck on the side of the road. So I pulled over and I got a asada burrito. It was quite delicious, but also a little spicy and maybe a little off in some way. It was a burrito, not a taco, but I get what you're saying. It was a super burrito, an asada, carne asada super burrito. It was such a Mexican taco truck that the guy working it didn't speak English very well. I spoke it so poorly that when I asked for a Mexican Coke, he's like, it's not bottle, it's, how you say, it's in a can? Oh, that's fine. So it's not a Mexican Coke, it's just a regular Coke. Okay, fine. That's how little English he spoke. So it was a real Mexican burrito truck, right? It was this side of Merced says like Planada. There's this town between Mariposa and Merced called Planada. Planada. It's the most podunk, rinky-dink little agricultural town you could imagine. And it is obviously populated accordingly very much by farm workers, aka Mexicans. So obviously, an area's got a lot of like Mexicans around. Is going to have a very Mexican-y taco truck. As I anticipated, that's usually a good sign. The food was very delicious, but probably also contributed to my morning's poops. I don't have any Pepto-Bismol, but I don't feel bad. I feel fine. I think maybe we're getting through it at this point. We're getting through most of the material that needs to be evacuated at this point, which is, of course, desirable. So, before I start throwing a bunch of riz at the skibbity bombaclats, Arisa, you and your ways, I just have to say this to you. Trump 2024 says, Mr. McLibtard. Well, I'm glad you have a clear advocacy. Clapmycheeks.com23. Clapmycheeks.com23 is a pretty good name. It's a pretty good name. But Eric needs to get some fiber in his diet and some basic workout. Just a leisurely stroll. 2 miles in turn, that's a 4-mile walk, Boba Fett. That is not a leisurely stroll. A 4-mile walk is quite a distance of a walk. You crazy. Jakey memes. Hi. How'd you feel if an illegal Vato stole your job as the world's foremost preeminent typologist? I mean, as long as he was doing it right, I'd be fine with it. I wouldn't consider him stealing my job. I'd consider it him contributing to the world of correctness by understanding, So the guy who set himself on fire yelling "Free Palestine"? No, but I don't find it hilarious. I find it awful and depressing, Okay, well, I'm going to put you on timeout for being awful. They're trolling. Mentioning Mr. Trump did not work, so they tried something else. I mean, I think that right there you've got a good kind of operational definition of whether somebody I heard about it, but anyway, well, I mean, the false premise is that it's ever a good idea to fall on your sword, so to speak, to sacrifice yourself in some kind of dramatic gesture. It's never a good idea to do that. But it's not a false premise that Palestine should be liberated from Israeli oppression. Jasper the Bike King, hi. You are the Bike King. I remember you from yesterday because you were bossing around all the bikes. So I may have said no. I don't know if I said no. I haven't heard of it or not, but somebody mentioned it the other day. I wasn't sure. They didn't mention. I don't think they mentioned the Free Palestine part, so I wasn't entirely sure if it was the same thing. But yeah, somebody mentioned it the other day. So it's super depressing that to see people make horrible, huge mistakes, like get their face all tattooed up and stuff like that. I think those are horrible mistakes, but that's just what I think. No, it's not a false premise that one of them is a victim and the other is a perpetrator in terms of state identities, Jeremiah Fix. That's just completely garbage, right? So the Palestinians are in the right in terms of justice, right? They did have their land stolen from them, you know, inhabited, occupied by other people who now keep them in an apartheid state. So you have to be just desperate to lie to yourself to think that neither side's right or wrong in this instance. Just absolutely desperate to lie to yourself to think that, because it's like it doesn't withstand any scrutiny at all. And this is from somebody who knows how to evaluate things objectively, so you can take my word on that, you know. You'll note I'm not some sort of passionate advocate on the subject. No, I didn't say that, Jeremiah Fix. I pointed out that when you've got a nation state holding a distinct population in a status of second-class citizen while denying them any opportunity to be an independent nation unless they meet your prerequisites first. When you seize their land in the first place, I mean, it doesn't justify any bad actions by the Palestinians, but we don't want to create a false equivalency here, right? So when it didn't really happen in South Africa, but if people suffering under apartheid had engaged in some kind of armed resistance, it would be hard to say that because they didn't follow the rules of just war in their resistance, that they were equally culpable. In fact, they can't follow the rules of just war because they aren't afforded equal nation state status. So you have to be honest with yourself, Jeremiah. Yes, taking a side in this is correct because there's a larger issue that needs to be adjudicated before we can even evaluate the level of moral legitimacy of the various military actions, right? You can't expect an enslaved population to uphold the rules of just war because they aren't a nation state. It doesn't excuse the bad acts of the Palestinians, but to pretend as though those bad acts make the Palestinian people and the Israeli state equally culpable for the situation, you just have to be desperate to lie to yourself. No, there is only one government. There's one government. You're ignoring what I said, Jeremiah Fix, right? I pointed out that there's one nation state that is ruling two populations. One is a first-class citizen group, one is a second-class citizen group. In other words, apartheid. So there is only one government at issue here. That's the only government, the only body that we can meaningfully advocate that do something because it has agency as a government that it can implement its policies. The Palestinians cannot implement their own policies. So don't lie to yourself and the rest of people by thinking that there's some gray where there's none. You're doing all of us a great disservice. It's important to be on the right side of history, you know. When matters of justice are clear cut, don't pretend they aren't. That's just, you're saying, I'm going to be apologist for the evildoers, and that's not okay. So hopefully you've learned an important lesson here today, Jeremiah Fix. Because Eric, don't put up with no bullshit, whether it be Boba Fett's favoring of Putin or Jeremiah Fix's favoring of Israel. We don't side with evildoers around here in evildoing. Okay? We instead of being attached, we correctly determine things for every specific thing. That's not cool what you're doing there. Like, don't invalidate the legitimate legitimate claim to justice that a population of people subject to apartheid have at their disposal, right? Like, it's not like they have anything else at their disposal. They're completely disempowered compared to the Israelis. At this point, it's very much like if your bully was made into your babysitter. Your bully was made into your teacher, you know? No. Right, Jeremiah Fix, that's the problem. You can't learn anything when you were attached to something. That's the problem. So in this instance, you're not adjudicating this matter fairly. You aren't considering it objectively. You come in with a predetermined position and are unwilling to learn anything. It's something I've noted in you before that, you know, on occasion, that you can be attached to some kind of holistic position that where holistic understandings are inappropriately applied or whatever. In this instance, there are specific issues you can parse out, you know. Does the situation meet these conditions? If so, blah, blah, blah. It's very straightforward. No, I am attached to my frame. You're not attached to a frame. What you're doing is determining positions with while shifting frames willy-nilly as you see fit. That's the difference between us, is I consistently apply certain frames and you don't. This means you're just basically saying whatever I want to believe is what's true. I know, pretty crazy, huh, Sean? I mean, I saw we tipped past 9.9 this morning, West Premium, which is pretty crazy. You know that I have had over 800 subs in the last 28 days. That's a lot of subs for 28 days, for me anyway. And I think it's picked up in some, yeah, it may have been picked up from what it was before in the first half of the last 28 days, but it really picked up in the last half of the last 28 days. So if you were to extrapolate that out to a month, it would probably be even more. What is this, says Anna Tesmer? This is the squirrel stream. You have your choice. You want this squirrel, or this squirrel. Let's go with this squirrel because this squirrel is closest. No, wait, that's the wrong one. Let's go with this squirrel because this squirrel is closest to the camera. It's a 3 squirrel option. Well, first class, yes, they're I'm having decent numbers right now, but it's also been the case it's already been over 50 this morning for some stretch of time, for a little while, maybe even bigger than that. Numbers are very volatile when you get a lot of new eyes on your stream because most of those new eyes don't stay for long. They just stop in briefly, decide they don't like it, and move on, you know, which is obviously totally cool with me because as long as I keep getting new eyes on the thing, some proportion of people are going to actually be like, you know what, this is pleasant. I think I'll listen to this for a while. The tea was fantastic. Hello, the tea was fantastic. It must have really been some fantastic tea if you made your YouTube name a declaration of its fantasticness. Oh, little birds, The little birds are between the squirrels. How sweet. See a little bird? Little squirrel? Little bird? Little squirrel? How wonderful. How thoroughly natural. Now let's look over there. There, isn't that pleasant? Doesn't it look inviting? I wouldn't mind walking over there, you think to yourself. Eric, can you show us what it's like to walk over there? Sure. Choop, 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 choop. Oh, there's more over here. How fun. Blanket. I love that South Park episode with Michael Jackson, and it's hilarious. Michael Jackson is so weird. I mean, I know he's dead, but he's also very weird. And I wonder what Michael Jackson's kids are up to. I wonder what Blanket's up to. You know, he named one of his kids Blanket. Blanket. What's Blanket up to? Anybody know how Blanket's doing? Is his name still Blanket? It's like, oh, how cute. I'm going to name you little baby. It's not going to be a little baby forever, you dumbass. What a dumbass Michael Jackson was. He was so dumb. Yeah, I'm going to get lots of animals and amusement park rides at my house. Why? Why would you do that? Just stop being such a dumbass, Michael Jackson. I think that's a fair request, you know? Thanks for that, talking about shorts and whatnot. No, we're not talking about shorts and whatnot, but we were talking about you earlier when you weren't here about how Ruben was referencing your channel, and he said, this is how this guy titles his videos. So I was like, that would be a funny callback if I were to title it today based on what Ruben was saying about your titles yesterday. You put things in parentheses. Is that true, or is he just misremembering? His SI polar, you can't really trust him very much. You know, how Mia secretly undermines Mia, or something like that. But anyway, you're inside my walls. Joke's on you, Pen Fuzza. There's no room inside my walls. No, it wasn't your ego. It wasn't, however, also because I was like, that sounds like a good strategy. I'm going to do that. I do think it's a good strategy. It was because Ruben and me and some other people were talking about that yesterday. So that would be a funny callback, yeah. I didn't expect to see you around. But I'd forgotten, in fact, that it linked to you until you showed up here. I just remembered the conversation about some guy titles, and now I remember that it was you. Is this a Gap shirt? I don't know. Does it say Gap on it? It's a striped shirt. It has one thing I like about it best, of course. It has a cigarettes pocket. Ideally, I'd always wear shirts with cigarettes pockets because I don't have enough of them. As a consequence, I'm not very much in the habit of putting my cigarettes in this pocket. In order to get that habit and sustain it, I need to have mostly these kinds of shirts, you know. All right, one real, one ways. Always. I mean, one real, one always. Why do I Yeah, it's so clutch, right? Because at least, like if I'm wearing this jacket, too many I've got too many pockets. I can't find ever anything. But if you have a dedicated cigarette pocket, at least you don't have to pad around for your cigarettes. You can't believe right now because you're at work. Well, maybe you need to work for a better company that encourages you to smoke weed at work. When I worked as the director of Kudos, I'd have to go to work like in the morning, but I'd be the only one there. So, I'd work for a little while. I lived really close to where I worked. And I'd drive home, pull some bowls, go back, work for a little while. Golf course shaper here. Smoke weed on site every day. Well, that's a good job for smoking weed here. Already outside. Shaping golf courses. I need to get some more buds from the freezer. It's just shake now. Oh, I feel like I got another poop coming. Men need their pockets. Well, we don't have a handbag. I mean, I do have a purse that I can carry around if I want to. It's a very manly purse. See, it says Black & Decker on it. But inside, it's not that manly because it's filled with my dolls. Nobody can understand you, Dottie. Nobody can understand you. Breast pocket is a dedicated cigarette pocket. But if you don't remember to put your cigarettes in there, then it can't serve its noble purpose, can it? And that's my problem. That is my problem. So that's my doll purse. TF? A yo, is that leaves in the wind? Wind leaves? That might be wind leaves. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what qualifies as a wind leaf. Is it any leaf that's blowing in the wind? Or are you talking about the fresh spring smells that will be coming out of my bed again shortly? How many poops can I possibly have in me? And if I have this many poops, why couldn't they just all wait until they all got together to come out at once? I look like Harry Potter. It's because I have that scar on my forehead. That's good organization, though. But you know what you need? If you want to carry things around properly, you need a $700 handbag. Okay? Otherwise, you're not carrying things around fancily enough. Anton Naaheb, hello. How long did I drink for? I drank from, high school till I was 42. So, you could probably say, like, in terms of regularly drinking, most of my time between 18 and 42 I was drinking pretty regularly. I had problems with it pretty early on, such that I quit drinking. I was completely sober from age 20 to 21 for like almost a year, maybe a little more. And then I'd have a couple of stretches of time where I'd not drink maybe, but for most of that time I was drinking. What made you change and what effects did you see in your life from it? What made me change is that I just finally had enough. There was a particular family Christmas party that I embarrassed myself at. I spent a Christmas day drinking by myself at a Mexican restaurant, and then the next day I went to Alcoholics Anonymous. And what difference does it make in my life? It's changed everything. It it liberated me from continual shame and fear that I found myself in because I didn't feel like I had good control over myself. I didn't feel like I was making good decisions. Thanks, Alina INFP. And I didn't necessarily remember what I did the night before, etc. It was constant shame and anxiety. So when I finally did quit, I felt as though I had a lot of living to catch up on, because prior to me quitting, I was professionally successful. In other words, I did a good job at work and I worked a lot. But except for that, I was spiritually destitute. Do you still have struggles with impulses, or do you have control in other areas too? Well, impulses or impulse control uh, was not the problem for me. The problem for me was alcohol. So it is the case that with alcohol, I could not trust myself. Alcohol is a drug that made me make poor decisions about alcohol. But it is the case that I have a life of being sometimes impulsive in some ways, but I can also be very foot draggy. If I'm not thrilled with a given course of action, I can drag my feet and do nothing for a long time. Because while I'm an action type, I'm also not an SE action type. Anon A says, greetings from the Netherlands. Greetings from America. I want to welcome you in the Netherlands, namely the Dutch, and all the people in Holland, who are also the Dutch, who speak not German, Deutsch, but rather, presumably, some other language. I'd like to greet you all and say welcome. Your soccer team wears orange, and in honor of that, I put on these glasses. Oh, hi. Oh, you know about MBTI? Really? But he doesn't look like an ENFP. Oh, I definitely am. I think that almost nobody in the world disputes that. Even, sure, I've got plenty of enemies out there who will try to do anything to attack my legitimacy. Sometimes that might play out as purposefully saying I'm not the type I am, or whatever. But by and large, I don't think there are any serious people addressing the question seriously in the typology community at all, really, because it's so not in any dispute. But certainly those who are trying to do a serious job of addressing it would not ever type me as anything but ENTP. What do you do if you don't like your personality type? I mean, I think people who say they don't like their personality type, they're saying they don't like themselves. Have you tried magic mushrooms? Yeah, I've got some right here. Got some in that cookie tin right there. I took a couple just the other day, but the other day when I took them, it didn't really hit like I wanted it to. I try to take them once a week, once every week and a half or so, just for shits and giggles. And it used to be the case, actually, that I had a bit of a problem with mushrooms. The problem being that I try to take them too frequently, and then I have to take a bunch of them because you build up a what's it called, tolerance very quickly with mushrooms. But nowadays, I've adjusted and I have a very good relationship with mushrooms. I just take, you know, half an eighth, maybe to an eighth at most, not even an eighth. Uh, and that's plenty, you know. I don't need to try to constantly be on mushrooms. Yeah, if somebody says, I don't like my type, well, they either don't like themselves, or what they're saying is, I don't like the type description. You shouldn't listen to type descriptions because they're trying to make mythological that which is logical. Very nice to hear, man. You seem really down to earth. Thanks. I, like everybody else, I'm stuck here on the ground, subject to gravity. Unless I get into either an airplane or a hang glider or something like that. Well, Joe Media, you'll be happy to know that I am scheduled to type Cone Man at 1 p.m. today. Ryder Leddington, hello. Good morning. Nice to see you and welcome. This is clogged. How did this get resin again on it? I just cleaned it yesterday. A hot air balloon, that would also work. That's entirely up to Cone Man. I have the same rules for every typing session, no matter how one acquires it, which is that I will ask at the beginning of the session, do you want me to record this? And if they say, and if you do, then you'll have the choice for me to share it with you privately at the end or publish it as you see fit. You can decide now or later. But if you decide not to record at all, obviously you can't decide later to publish because I won't have the recording. I do want to go on a hot air balloon at some point. I would like to do that. I was here for that cleaning. I mean, my declogging. Yeah, this horrible stem. This gets very clogged. It's got a narrow urethra. So it frequently clogs. And of course, annoys me in the process. Bringing abstract notions into physical reality keeps my clock ticking. That's called phrenology, Tony. You mean you can tell somebody's type by their skull shape? I don't think you probably you cannot. I found that there are some physical cues that maybe Voltology articulates that do link somewhat to function, but I just don't think that any kind of physical cues like that can be used to type somebody because there's no way to cross-check them, right? Because there's no explanation as to why those physical things link to anything else. Link to that is just how it is, right? Accordingly, it's just your intuition about what someone looks like that justifies your typing them that way rather than something that other people can check, right, independently. I am still alive. Push buck Y. Did you expect otherwise? Eric's malfunctioning meta ovaries. INFJs are cone heads. Are they really? I'm not sure. Yes, phrenology is a long since debunked science. I'm spiritually enlightened in general because gentle because of my high forehead. You know what? It's right after all. As long as it has positive things to say about me, it's correct. What strain do I smoke? I don't know what these strains are called. Uh, we received them as a boon from the heavens one day. Somebody had attempted to mail some weed as part of some like dark web weed deal, I guess. And we were moving from our old house, so there wasn't anybody in that house at the time. We were in a hotel. So apparently, this person, seeing that sign in front of the house, said, okay, well, I'll put this person's return address on it. So the packages had insufficient postage on them. They came back to our house. Months later, we got around to opening them because we were in the process of moving and stuff. And our realtor had gotten the packages and stuff from our deck, our front porch. So anyway, when we finally got around to opening the packages, they were all full of weed, and we've been smoking that weed ever since. But we have no idea what it's called or anything. I asked you a question, and such you owe me an answer. What question did you ask? If I don't answer your question, it's almost certainly because I didn't see it, not because I chose not to answer it. I will have to scroll up. What are the physical correlates that I've noticed for certain types? I don't keep track of it because, I mean, I've noticed that certain like, well, here's one. Here's one that I do note. You can see when someone's actively FEQing you as you talk, right? They'll nod, they'll do various other body language things to show you they're engaged with what you're saying. That's one thing that's consistent with FE front stack. KE, I don't see your question anywhere. Hi, step grandpa. Am I step grandpa? You smoke that loud pack Cali shit? I mean, yeah, it was grown in California by some black market grower and mailed from California to people in other parts of the country, you know, super vacuum sealed, very much uh, prioritizing security. But the packages get returned to our house as the return address for insufficient postage. So I think security also was responsible for him not going into the post office, right? And that ended up burning his ass because uh, well, I am tall and thin, and I don't know if my head's rectangular or not. Does it seem like a rectangular head? I think that these kind of eyes, these kind of like sunken eyes, they're pretty consistent with Alpha Quadra. I think C.S. Joseph is either ESTJ or ENTJ. I'm not sure which. I haven't spent enough time watching this shit to really, you know, commit to any specific type. I do think, however, that he's a TE Dom. I think he's a TE Dom. So I I don't feel strongly that he's an ESTJ or anything. I'm not entirely sure. Not sure about my chin, but I'm not huge, and I think my head is kind of small. Maybe I'm not. Yeah. Well, the thing is, those correlations they don't seem to be universal because, uh, like for example, people from different, let's say a Samoan is going to be probably on the chubbier side, right? Just That's that's their ancestry. But so you kind of have to be like meow for a meow, right? Too boring for an ENTP. Who? Me? How do you feel about introverts and extroverts dating? I think that you're best served to have introvert date an extrovert. Introverts and introverts can sometimes work out okay, but I think extroverts and extroverts have a little more trouble. Yeah, some of them people can't all be INTJs. Brian Norman says, "What's up? You're back again. I'm so glad you're back again. Winston's mom is buffering now because she has storms. I'm quite confident it's not because of failings on my internet end, because we have this super fast internet now. We've got like the fastest internet in the world. What is your favorite type? Please answer me." Uh, well, I probably INFJs. My wife's an INFJ. Uh, I the one the one INFJ I knew in real life, I used to be really tight with, but that relationship fell apart. But it's not anything to do with him being INFJ. Am I gay? No, I'm not. I'm not technically a homosexual, but I am in a gay couple with my wife, my woman wife. We do gay couple things, like we go berry picking, things like that. Don't you think INFJs are a bit emotionally boring with their FI critic? No, I think I find Rachel very, reliably a team player. And I would say that the FI critic, the way that plays out most of all is INFJs don't feel like they're allowed to say, be angry, be annoyed, whatever. Oh yeah, it's super gay, Hayden Kreitz. It's like antiquing. There's another super gay couple activity. 'Wine tasting, thrifting, going to art galleries, all extremely gay. Just because something is gay, gamer, doesn't mean it's homosexual, okay? It's gay like a white woman's Instagram page is gay. You know, it's got someone walking down the beach holding a pebble with the stars overhead. It's got somebody sitting by a window with a cup of coffee with her legs up and a bulky sweater. Yeah, we all have a gay part of us. How many inch you got? Well, how many inches do you want? I could measure you off countless inches of many different things. No one is 100% straight. That's true. And that's why I play with dolls. A lot of people don't play with dolls. What's my next favorite type? I mean, I don't have a next favorite type. There are types that I typically enjoy engaging with because there's a commonality of interest and or yeah. INFP, that's my next favorite type. INFP, in fact, forget it. INFP, forget about favorite. INFP is the best type, period. They are nurture's fragile ward. Speaking of which, I'm 6 foot, almost 6 foot five. So let's see, that's 72 inches is 6 foot. Well, yeah, 77 inches is right. Fly guy got it right. I am INTP. Do you like me, Eric, or do you hate me? I mean, I have very little experience with you. Uh, I do like INFPs. I get along with them well. They are my supervisor type, so there are occasions when I can feel as though uh, I find them strangely a little bit intimidating. Most people don't find INFPs intimidating, but because they're my supervisor type, I tend to find them a little intimidating. INTPs and I typically get along great. Uh, my my favorite former assistant coach was the one INTP assistant coach I had. She and I got along like gangbusters. My 77 inches is actually 6'4". So I'm probably 77.5 inches. What's good, big dog, says Tamarick Richardson. All is well. I don't know if everything's good, but all is well for me. And what I've got going on today, I've got a typing session later with Cone Man. And to be honest, I'm not very much looking forward to it. Because, as I said earlier, I obviously am most happy to do typing sessions when I'm providing a service the customer wants. So that ideally the person who's coming to get typed genuinely seeks clarity about their type and wants not to have a certain type confirmed, but rather to have a solid explanation they can put in the bank to convince them that, yes, I'm definitely that type, right? So that might be the case. Here I am. FI Dom don't like to be touched unless they like you. FE stuff to be all handsy. Some that occurs sometimes, like you'll get like ENFJ maybe, or ESFJ, who kind of gives you the handshake with a hand on your shoulder. How are you? You might get some of that with FE, but I'm not touchy at all, and I'm FE third, so I'm not. I'm just generally not touchy, even with my wife. She reminds me to like hug her and stuff like that because I don't even think about that physical stuff most of the time. Mahan looks and talks dope. Who's Mahan? Surrey of all trades. KE's a hugger. Yeah. So I mean, I think it depends a lot on the individual person and stuff that's unrelated to personality type. But there are some expressions of physicality that probably are related to personality type and functions. ESTJ is ISFP, I guess. So FKR, what are you talking about here? You're not making any sense to me. Come Man is ESFJ, taking all bets. Maybe. Possible, I suppose. Yeah, so I don't think handsiness probably links very much to function stack. Maybe in certain instances of FE DOMs, you could say that's so KE likes to squeeze her girlfriend's boobs. No, about too late now, KE. You went there. So you get for playing Braun Penny's Tickle Party with your friends. Now let's have a pillow fight. Oh no, all my clothes falling off. Me too. Girls. It's fun. That's how girls are, you know. That's how girls are straight up through their 30s. Is they go over to each other's houses, they feel each other's boobs. I really like your boobs today. I like your boobs too. That's how they are. We men don't understand it, obviously. How can I take advice from an intoxicated person online and think it's valuable in any way? Well, if you don't think that taking advice from a quote unquote intoxicated person online has any value, then why would you seek advice from him regarding how to take advice? Seems a little odd. After all, I wasn't offering any advice. So the fact that I'm speaking and saying words does not indicate that I'm necessarily giving you instructions about what you ought to do. So, what I would suggest is before you ask that question, you think a little harder about what you're trying to get out, what you're trying to get at with that question, you know. As they say, Cole Hunter, wisdom comes from the mouth of children, but not all children. Hey, old man, why you look sad? Because you're bad at telling facial expressions? I'm not sad. Or possibly because my facial expression does not accurately convey my mood. Right, well, there is some advice. After all, Cole Hunter, remember, you asked me for it. It's not like I gave it to you unsolicited. You directly asked me for it. I wasn't giving you any advice before you asked me for it. Should I not expect you to know what you're asking? Thank you, Acacia. I've never met an INTP that didn't seem like empty. Well, say a number and I'll donate that amount. 1 billion. Okay, so can you articulate the point that I'm missing a little more clearly, Cole Hunter? You claim that I'm intoxicated, but is there actually any indication of intoxication besides the fact that you assert it? I've not claimed myself to be intoxicated, and I certainly don't sound like somebody who's intoxicated. Say it. You say, expect nothing, then you'll never be disappointed. So, Cole Hunter, you've got a choice. You can either explain your point to me, or you can go somewhere else that you find less offensive. It's up to you. Or you can continue just saying stuff. But may I ask how much the apartment costs that you're in right now? This is not an apartment. This is actually my house. Cole Hunter is laughing so hard that he's got brackets for eyes, greater than and less than signs. So I guess the answer is no, Cole Hunter. Thank you, CD Halo. Hey, look at that. It's pound sterling. That is my absolute favorite currency. Because it's not just pound sterling. It's like elite currency, you know. Didn't that answer your question? No, it didn't answer my question. My question was, can he explain the point that I'm missing? And he failed to answer that question completely. Or failed to provide any such explanation, I guess I should say. As to why he chose not to provide any explanation. Well, only he knows the answer to that question. How much your house costs, sir, and also which country is it in? It is in America, and it cost $495,000. Well, 500,000 fully furnished, which I thought was a pretty good deal. I mean, it's so much better than the house we sold in LA and cost way less than the house we had in LA was worth. So, um, feels like a great deal to me. It's a gorgeous house and a super well put together house, like very efficiently laid out, very intelligently laid out, and just intelligently designed. Let's see. Josh Mintz, hello. Haha, true, Boba. I don't live my life like I'm special. Hidden and triggered by my response. It's okay if you wear heels. That's basically being tall, too. It looks like there is morning. Here it's night. Yeah, it's California. I am in the state of California, right in the middle of the state. Up because I've got a real passion for squirrels. And that's not something I'll let anyone take away from me. If you're as passionate about squirrels as I am passionate about squirrels, then you pick your home spot carefully. I have a squirrel display wall. I just put cutlets. The squirrels come out and put themselves on display for me, right at eye level. Oh my God, that one squirrel chased the other squirrel away, and he totally crashed into the light. And too bad you guys are missing the squirrel action. I should have it pointed over there instead of looking at me. So we'll see if there's more squirrel action to come, but I think you just missed the highlights of it right there, unfortunately. This guy's scratching himself. That's pretty interesting. Hi, my name's Squirrel, and I'm enjoying some cutlets right now. I like to walk over here, get some fresh cutlets, pick it up, put it in my mouth. I like to eat it. It's delicious. Yeah. Look at me go. I'm a real cutlet champ. You are a real cutlet champ, buddy. And I, for one, recognize and admire your achievement level. You know that in the Middle Ages, they used to use squirrel pelts as a form of currency? In part because they're so convenient, they turn directly into a little pouch. If you take it off right, if you don't tear it, you just cut around the top and peel it all the way back, it turns into a little pouch. Which you can make into a cod piece or, a coin purse or an ear covering thing. Any number of things you can do with a pouch. Put your hand in it, make it into a little glove. If you have a newborn baby, it could be a hat, maybe. If it's got a small head, anyway. Probably even a baby couldn't wear a squirrel pelt as a hat. But, you know, you could sew a bunch of them together and make like a long tube, a long squirrel tube. That'd be fun. You could use the tail and glue it onto your upper lip and pretend like you have a big mustache. That would be fun. These are fun things you could do with a squirrel pelt. Do I live alone? No. I live with my wife here in Mariposa. I'm so sad I look like a donkey and everyone looks at me. I'm running away. I'm crushed. Nobody wants me. Is he looking at my nuts? Bill Myers says those things. I am sorry you feel that way. That's horrible. Try to love yourself and speak more highly of yourself if possible. Anyway, we got some hot squirrel action going on today. And this is why I'm finally getting to 10,000 subs. I realized at some point what people really want is some hot squirrel action. They don't want just your tepid still photos of squirrels. They don't want recorded videos of squirrels. They need to see this action live. It's like a sporting event. It's one of the few things that people will stick around through advertisements for. Do I have any children? Yes. I have one daughter. Her name's Delilah. She's 25 years old. She lives in Los Angeles. Where we used to live, near where we used to live. She stayed down there because she has other family down there. Well, she didn't want to move up here, you know. She's got an apartment down there and just living her life. Mostly just like playing Minecraft and shit, you know. But she and I we talk pretty often. I see her maybe once a month or something. I go down there and hit her up for some Adderall. That's really the only reason I see her once a month is because I want to get Adderall from her. I have to take mail down to her sometimes, stuff like that. But I could mail. She could mail Adderall too, so it's nice to see her. I love her very much. She and I get along really well, and we're really close. But we're really close conceptually, but we're not that like keeping contacty. We're both bipolar, you know. Our own feelings of what is precious or and acting upon those and behaving accordingly. That's all kind of weak for us, you know. But it doesn't mean that we love each other any less or are any more perfect an example of father and daughter. We have a great relationship. It's just a great relationship, I guess, isn't enough to keep me in regular contact with her. Nor she with me, which is fine. You know, we're always there for each other when we need each other, and we always try to answer the phone immediately, get back right away because we don't want the other person to worry. Attract the squirrels. Throw me in a volcano if it'll bring out the squirrels. You know what? That's probably not necessary to bring squirrels out. In fact, I don't even think it would help, frankly, Diamond. They're here for the cutlets. Even if there were a dramatic corresponding sacrifice, they probably wouldn't notice. They're kind of single-mindedly cutlet driven. I gotta poop again. Oh my. Poor digestive system. I am losing the war right now with my butt. It's forced me into a long protracted series of battles. When dealing with skirmishes on the poop front. I like my battles to be decisive, comprehensive. You know, I want to get to the battlefield. I don't want to do all the poop business that needs to be done all at once. Ideally. I don't want it to be all spread out into multiple poops like this, especially when each of them is super messy. Because what does that end up meaning? It means you end up putting like 100 wipes into your butthole. That's too many wipes for one butthole to take. It's going to be chafed. You're going to have to deal with that. Now, maybe we better say it'll be chapped. It'll chafe. You know, the toilet paper will chafe your butthole and leave it chapped. I guess would be the most accurate way to say it. But you know, my pungent ring piece is never more pungent than when it's engaging in this kind of catastrophically bad pooping. It's like you have a checklist of everything you'd like on poops. This one doesn't have a single check mark on the checklist. If it were trying to get prescribed Adderall, the checklist test would say you don't have ADHD. Oh man, that's a real stink fest. This is truly the stuff of nightmares. Horrible. Horrible, horrible hot poop coming out of my butt. I wish that you were not so gross, but hey now, what? There's so much butthole chafing going on right now that I'm going to need a chafing dish. To hold it all. So much chafing and no clear end in sight. It's like, hey, Wednesday, I don't remember asking for this much time with my butthole. Well, it's just, obviously, it must be the Christmas season. My butthole is working super double overtime. You must work in a retail store during Christmas at the mall. You know, maybe like Hollister or something. Okay, this is absolutely ridiculous. Who was it the other day here? I think it was Not So Good Dan, who was telling us that he was having a poop just like the one I'm having. How horrible it was. Well, I agreed with him then. I agree with him now. absolutely horrible. It's like the butthole that will never get clean. Okay. It looks like I'm done cleaning my butthole. As my mother used to say, thank God for small favors. Oh, Lord. Well, something in my biologics is falsifying. Once again, I'm just going to have to wash my hands because that poop was... Wow. It gets an F minus. Put it that way. F minus. It's like it turned in its assignment, so it gets a grade, but F minus is the best I could do. It's not a 0. It's the marijuana causing your issues, says Cole Hunter. Wow, Cole Hunter, I'm so glad you came here with your expertise about things to help. So does that comprise advice or just an observation? Maybe you should smoke more to numb your problems. My cat's name is Trouble. And well, I don't know if he's projecting or not. First last. That would suggest that Cole Hunter himself has some kind of problems with numbing his emotions or something. I guess maybe what you're saying is that's what he's doing right now, huh? Is he numbing his own whatever by way of coming in here and shitting on me? You know, it's conceivable, certainly. Or he could just be a dick. Well, certainly possible. He's obviously not, say, strikingly bright at first glance, but, you know, first impressions can be deceiving. I guess I gotta throw out the rest of this burrito. I don't trust it anymore. Now that I've had these horrible poops today, I don't trust it. My cat's name is Trouble. Why is every guy called Cole a douchebag? Cole just wants attention. Frogger says, can you spare a blunt? Cole says, but you're intoxicated, so you can't handle logic. Well, you're defending the guy using the restroom on camera. I was not using the restroom on camera. The camera was clearly on the cat or the hallway. While bashing my intelligence in a gang mentality. A gang mentality? Do you use words to mean anything? I didn't bash your intelligence. I just pointed out that the initial impression of you didn't suggest you were strikingly bright, but initial impressions could be wrong. It's still pitiful? Well, you don't seem to be displaying pity. I'd say your general tone is one of either disdain or contempt, not pity. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, Cole Hunter, you're bashing me. I'm just responding. I was live yesterday, multiple times. Oh yeah, poor Cole. We're sorry, Cole. We didn't mean to hurt your feelings. You wish you could hug this cat? He would scratch you so much. I can't even hug this cat. I can pet him sometimes when he's in the mood for it or if he's eating. Even petting him is undesirable because he sheds a lot. Well, you're not hijacking my stream. You're now the focus of the stream because you're so, overtly hostile. So, yeah, good for you. You can garner attention by being overtly hostile for a little while because this is an interactive stream. What I do around here is I interact with what people say in the chat. So, we don't really believe in timing people out around here, Cole Hunter, because this is what we do, right? I engage with douchebags like you all the time. It's kind of fun for me. You say there's a gang mentality, other people are calling you out. Well, Cole Hunter, I bet also if you went into a supermarket and walked out stealing something, that multiple employees of the supermarket would call you out for theft. Doing a bad thing is, in fact, a good way to be called out by multiple people. So, yes, you successfully incited that. It was not obviously particularly interactive when I was in the restroom because I wasn't reading the chat because the camera wasn't situated so that I could easily enough read it. However, once I emerged from the bathroom, now I'm engaging with you. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that really what you want, Cole? You want me to engage with you, right? You want attention, you want to be the subject of the live stream. Well, you got it, buddy. That's what this live stream's all about. You can come in here and say a bunch of garbage, and I'll respond to you rather than time you out. Well, sure, you're doing a bad thing. You're pathologizing me. Nothing wrong with me. There may be something wrong with you, or maybe not. I don't know, but there's definitely nothing wrong with me. Hey, you want a reaction, but you don't seem to get that. That's what I do around here. I respond to what people say, good or bad. I teach people like you a valuable lesson about biting off more than you can chew and the consequences thereof. And you walk away either better or worse for it, depending on you. That's just how it goes. You're not the first person whose chops I've busted. I've been doing this for many years. I bust chops all the time. It's not like I suffer fools gladly. No. Instead, what I do is I explain to them how to think properly about things. So that's one to grow on. Ryan Elk, he does not seem inebriated to me. Right. People think they're bullies and it's funny. Yeah, well, Cole, you're not going to be able to bully me. That's for sure. Ryan Elk points out that I do not seem inebriated to him. I see. Okay. Well, thanks, Cole. Appreciate your input. So you'd probably be best served to just go elsewhere. My crazily intoxicated self is obviously not making any sense. And, there's no value in engaging with such a fool any further. So, don't get the mud on you of being around here. No point in that, sir. You are too virtuous and noble to be wasting your time in this cesspool. Yeah, and talk to people. I am so unclear in my mind, everything I say. I don't want you to have to get any of that bullshit on you. It's like, you deserve better. You know, you deserve a lot better. You deserve somebody who's sober, clear-minded, saying things that make sense, etc. So you just run along now and go find that place. Anywho, I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. Like I told you, go someplace else where you find an environment more to your liking. I mean, I may be a horrible, drunk, intoxicated nut job, but you're still here. Yeah, well, and I'm sure some of us here are high on life, and I'm sure they're very sorry for that as well. Because we get it. You need to be sober to make any sense, to have any value, to teach any lessons, to have any worth. Yeah, you need to be completely free of all mind and mood altering substances forever. Otherwise, you're just an idiot talking at your ass. Church of Coal, we'll call this. Axioms of the Church of Coal. I'm also a recovering alcoholic, Ryan Elk. I don't drink alcohol anymore. I've been alcohol free for over 10 years now. But I do still smoke weed, and that's fine. Cole has a problem with it, but I don't. Fortunately, it's my decision and my body and my YouTube channel, so I can do what I want. I smoke all day too. See you later, Cole. I enjoyed your company. I enjoyed your particular manifestation of random people that comes around for random times. Remember, I live stream for many hours a day, so you'll quickly be forgotten. Rabbit Habit says, "You seem unfriendly, lol. I'm so empty now that Cole's not here." I know. Now that Cole's gone, we're going to spend all of our time saying, "Where is Cole gone?" We need him to help us understand that Eric has no value. I forget what his name is, but maybe it rhymed with like pole or something. Anywho, yes, he'll be deeply missed. uh, the thing that I think is funny about that kind of stuff is, it seems like there are a lot of people out there who think they've invented the wheel, you know? Like, this is what I do around here, right? I engage with people who come in and say various things, some of them positive, some of them negative. It is true that if somebody's saying a bunch of provocative stuff, that will sometimes be the most interesting thing to discuss for some limited stretch of time. But a million people before you come in with shit, a million people after you will come in with shit. It does not faze me. That was fun, but only because you handled it well, not because he was spiteful. James Day says, "Getting ready for my circumcision procedure. I'm tired of having a turtleneck." James Day, you've come in and been rather provocative in the past as well, so I've got my eye on you. Yeah, how Eric secretly made the title with Cole. I'm getting typed saying payment went through today. Oh, is that the one? You're the one who sent it to Rachel. Okay, so I have your email. I will, if you want to send me another email just telling me the day and time, then I can skip the part where I may email you and say, can you tell me what day and time you want? I can't do anytime today. I got one at 1 o'clock, and then I got the open mic, Mariposa open mic tonight. So today's out. Tomorrow night, I have another typing session. Friday evening, I have a typing session. So, oh, you did? Okay. Well, let me check it out. But hopefully, we'll be able to book this time. Gmail. Wait. Why is there Oh, you sent me via PayPal. Okay, I see it. Oh, wait. You also sent me an email, so I don't need to email you. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. my time? Yeah, that works fine. Let me put it on the calendar. Did I actually paste that yet? Yeah, I did. COM. TYPINGSEAN. Add guests. Paste. Pia. Save. Send. Done. Pow. I'm some kind of beast mode getting shit done guy. Look at me go. Well, Coneman had told me middle of the afternoon today, but so I invited him for 1 o'clock, 1 to 2, but he declined the invitation. Not sure why. I don't think it says. So I guess I'm not typing Coneman today. He sent me an email saying middle of the day today. I put 1 p.m., but he declined the invitation. So, I don't know. I don't think I'll be typing Coneman today either. I'm starving, says Josh. I should eat something as well. KE's going to make cheesy air fries. Okay, I'm going to make something to eat as well. Yeah, I believe he did, because if I remember correctly, the email said something like, I'm 7 hours ahead. I need it at like 8 p.m. or something. Okay, Bellmeyer. Well, that's fun. That's fun. You're sure proud of yourself, huh? It's important to be proud of oneself. INFJs have better things to do usually. Well, I don't know why he declined it. He could have a perfectly good reason, because it's like yesterday he emailed me telling me today, middle of the afternoon. So maybe, there was nothing about it that suggested that he wasn't trying to book the session. So I'm going to assume I'd remove that. Yeah, for sure. Runs his phone. I didn't do it myself, but I think it's definitely worth removing. It wouldn't even be terrible to certainly timeoutable worthy even. Atlanta's Most Hated says, "Hey, Daddy." Hi, Atlanta's Most Hated. I'm not your daddy, but that's okay. People can call me various things. Not absolutely anything, but a number of things. I won't necessarily object. Snorlax, the most loud snoring of all the Pokemon. Good. I got a little bit of the tingles. It's a good sign. It means I'm being engaged with sufficient dopamine coursing through my person. I don't know if you'd call it coursing, really, since dopamine reuptake inhibition doesn't involve a lot of moving through your body of anything. Reminds me of the club incident. What reminds you of the club incident? I know what's wrong with my bowl. It ain't got no gas in it. Is that what's wrong with your bowl? I mean, is it in the vacuum of space? I'm curious, Jeremiah Fix, if you can clarify as to what reminds you of the club incident. Your weed bowl has no gas in it? What do you want gas in your weed bowl for? Is that a slang term for marijuana, gas? Or see, what you're saying is you're treating it like a car and you're saying, I'm out of gas. I need to refill the tank in order to continue to travel forward. Okay, it's a slang term for weed. Okay. I'm not familiar with all the, yeah, I know who he's referring to, but I don't know what he's saying reminds him of that. It's a meme. What, like your weed bowl is out of gas? Is a meme? I've never heard it before. I'm not super caught up with all the new marijuana slang terms. I still don't like to refer to bud as flower. I call it bud because they're buds, they're not flowers. Right? They're not flower buds either, but they're like fruits. They're fruits, really. They get seeds in them. And I guess it doesn't, just because something has seeds in it doesn't mean it's a fruit. It could be a seed pod or whatever. Yeah, it's a lot. Well, not that much, but it's a lot for. I mean, it'll be a day or two before I have to put more buds on the plate. Right? The buds turn into shake. When all the buds. But Flowers don't get seeds in them. Fruits get seeds in them. Yeah, Nate. Yeah, well, I have some big bags of buds in the freezer that I just get buds out of when I need more of them. I mean, I get the bud's not the greatest term either, because that's it's supposed to turn into a flower, right? But at least it looks like a bud. It's shaped like one. What sunflowers do. Weeds, not sunflowers. Okay? Cutlets, they have their own economy, all right? Sunflower, sometimes referred to as the cutlet flower. Growing them, it is apparent that it is a flower. Okay, but it doesn't look like a flower, Lou. All right? I'm going to concede that you're winning this argument right now. But I'm going to fall back to my argument of last resort. It doesn't look like a flower. Well, that's the other point. Thank you for pointing that out, Josh. The male plants have actual flowers on them. That's another reason to think that the female plants are not flowers, right? Because the males have actual flowers. And the male flower pollen pollinates the bud or fertilizes the bud, right? Weather alert. So, what do you think about that, Lou? I'm making a comeback now, thanks to Josh's observation about males, reminding me that males have actual little white flowers on them. Males don't have any buds. They don't have any seeds either. They just have little white flowers on them. Whereas females have buds and there are seeds if they get pollinated or fertilized or whatever by the pollen from the male flowers. That's how buds seed. But accordingly, buds are not flowers because males have flowers and males produce no buds. Hermaphrodites produce both flowers and buds. The most seediest buds imaginable, right? Because they're self-fertilizing. What are you buying? I'm not buying anything. I'm just sitting here live streaming. Don't let the bed buds bite. Good advice, Diamond. Can I have a dinner in your house? No. You cannot, Reaper. Sorry. Well, like when you're unhealthy, the stack goes a flippin'. That from Socionics? You mean the notion that a person in facing some sort of traumatic event, they sort of retreat to their fourth slot, look like they're dual? That notion is just from me extrapolating from my own experience, really. Most of all, I've heard it elsewhere. I've heard similar things to it elsewhere, not quite in exactly those terms, but yeah, the most significant piece of data for me was just extrapolating from my own experience and how I react to traumas, you know. I think it's an accurate enough observation. I don't think there's any mechanical reason why it should be so. I don't have, in other words, a good justification for asserting it, but observationally, it seems to be the case. And I mean, I do have some justification for it. Like, it makes sense that given that your fourth slot function is delegatory, self-deprecating, your conscious deficit, that it would be natural that you respond to trauma by assuming that you need more of what you're aware you have too little of already. Sure, I have smoked all varieties of concentrate. I'm not a huge concentrate fan, but when I do want to smoke concentrate, I want to do it by putting, say, a piece of shatter or a little bit of whatever onto a bowl. I don't like to dab, and I also don't like these things. Rachel likes these things, but I don't like them. I mean, no functions flip, right? A person has within their conscious capacity one, two, three, four as functions. Um, Particularist experience causes them to prioritize a function for some stretch of time more heavily than their natural expression of self. So, like, just as um, putting someone on downhill skis for the first time and pushing them down a hill will compel them to pay attention with some amount of extroverted sensing because the circumstances require it, right? That temporary compellence to extrovertedly sense is not representative of something about the personality type that has changed. Instead, it represents uh, circumstances revealing the nature of extroverted sensing in that person. And the same thing is the case with uh, this tendency of people to retreat to their fourth slot function. Uh, what that means is there's a circumstantial temporary reality that's compelling the person to pay attention in a way that in ways that skew towards their their less habituated, less default functions, right? But their personality type doesn't change because they still aren't any better or worse at it, or they don't. It still carries with it the fourth slot SI of mine when I'm prioritizing SI more still carries with it all those fourth slot qualities, a certain uh, childishness about it, and um, and and uh, a very metaphysical skew on what SI is. All those things are still carried through paying attention via SI. So your personality type doesn't change, your function stack doesn't change. It's just it's just a temporary expression of the of you using your less strong functions and them displaying the same fourth slot qualities, right? Eric's in a thought trance. Well, when I'm trying to answer a specific question like that has a good answer, but that I've never expressly answered before, I have to pay attention to just that. I know that um, the chat will distract me, and I won't complete the answer. I wanted to complete the answer to that one because there's a great answer to it, which is the one I just gave. Right? It is the case that your function stack doesn't change. It is the case that your personality type doesn't change. Nothing flips around or anything like that. It's not a matter of anything other than a person being temporarily compelled by circumstance to prioritize uh, functions they're not as good at. It's been ages. KE says sparkle, 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 sparkle. And then somebody's pushing those little faces that come up from there a lot for some reason. I'm not really sure why, but has been pushing them for a long time. I'm not sure what that face is supposed to convey, even. Maybe dismay? Maybe concern? Possibly it's a concern face. Now it's a laughing face, 100, heart, meow, meow, meow. There are different other possible faces that can pop up over there. Worth noting. We've got firework, firework, dynamite. Okay, KE. Cool. Firework, firework, dynamite it is, along with sparkles repeated. So now that I'm not typing Cone Man today, that kind of messes up my whole schedule a little bit because I was kind of building the day around that. So in the absence of that, what should or shall I do? Well, I could live stream indefinitely, but I would like to take some kind of a nap. I would like to. Yes, there is another open mic tonight. That's why I'm talking about maybe taking a nap at some point. I want to make sure I'm fresh for that. I don't feel especially tired, but I know I'm running a sleep deficit, so I probably should try to get a nap. I need to call Delilah, and I need to do a few other things. So, so I'll have to do those things here before at some point. In other words, I probably don't want to live stream just all day straight through. I won't feel very fresh for the evening's performance when it comes time for it. And while I've never played this open mic in Mariposa before, that's why I'm affording it perhaps more significance than the one in Merced. There's a few factors. One, it only happens once a month, so probably turnout's going to be a little bit better across the board. Number two, it's here in my local community, so there's sort of added benefits to engaging with the local community like that over, say, I'm not trying to get all over. Yeah. Oh, I see. You're telling show media. I agree. Show media. Just just be cool. Play it cool. Yes, this will be a new venue. We'll be playing at the Grove here in Mariposa tonight, and so I'm pretty excited about that. So anyway, I prioritize it more than I did the Merced one last night because of some of the reasons I've articulated. Also, I expect the quality of a performer will be higher, although we'll have to wait and see. I don't know for sure. Stand up, says Reaper. I will stand up in a little bit here because I will go outside for a health tube shortly. I'm about to do that. And then I will stand up. But in response to your stand up, I would say, hold up. I might also say, they see me rolling, they hating, patrolling and trying to catch me riding dirty. But they won't succeed in catching me riding dirty because I ride so clean. Anyhow, I'm going to go outside for a health tube. You know your set list for this evening? The thing is, Lou, I don't know, for example, I don't know how many songs I'll be able to play. I'm sort of guesstimating more in the area of 2 rather than 3 or 4 because I expect it'll be more performers lined up, you know? Take a drummer along sometime. Is that allowed? Yeah, sure. But, it depends on the open mic, kind of. Generally, it's frowned upon if you have a whole bunch of setup to do if you're playing an open mic. They're trying to move through people pretty quickly. But it really depends on the vibe, the scene, the meow, whatever. Wait, It's free comedy. It's comedy open mic. Is it specifically a comedy open mic? I did not know that, Winston's mom. I thought it was a regular open mic. If it's just comedy open mic, well, I'd have to I'd have to think hard if I wanted to go do that, you know? What do I think about DCHN subtyping? I don't think anything of it at all. I think it's garbage. I'm trying to understand why some INTPs seem so INFJ-ish. I just don't believe in subtypes. So uh, we can taxonomy either more or less arbitrarily, I suppose, subcategories of expression of a type within a type, but but that's not representative of any actual like mechanics difference or architecture difference. Wait, so it's Thursday? It's the last Thursday of the month. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, this month it's apparently Wednesday. Open mic night. So I'm gonna assume it's any kind of open mic, you know, because tomorrow is the Gislandes, so it's not any kind of open mic tomorrow. So we'll just go and we'll see what it is. We'll figure it out when we get there, you know. It doesn't specifically say Wednesday, February 28th at 6 p.m. So it's pretty early, too. Uh, the open mic in Merced starts at 8. One's on the later side. It doesn't specify anything about being just comedy or just music or anything like that. So I think it's probably like every open mic, kind of whatever uh, whatever you want to do. So they call it an open mic, you know. Yeah, 6 to 9. So if it really runs 6 to 9, then they probably do consistently have a fairly large number of people turning out, you know? If it really runs that long. Now, they might say that on the chance that that's as long as it would ever run or something, but like I'm pretty sure like last night's open mic at the Partisan probably ran no more than 2 hours at most, despite the fact there were a fair number of people. No, seriously, imagine 50,000 people going Satchel of Helpful Goods. I mean, I can't. I can't imagine it. The idea of me being able to draw a big crowd with my music, it would be gratifying beyond anything I could imagine. But accordingly, I can't really imagine it. Good one, show media. The Funky Cowboy Burger is $23. Well, at least they have food there. Rachel and I don't drink alcohol, so it'll give us something to purchase and make ourselves proper customers of the place. I don't like the way that. Um, Thank you. What's it from? So makes me feel more comfortable than like at the person which only serves drinks and almost exclusively alcoholic beverages. They only have like a couple of options if you're not drinking alcohol. Uh, I feel like, well, we're just not being very good patrons. I'm taking advantage of the open mic. I guess in theory it's there to entertain the people who are sitting there, but I don't know if they're entertained or not. I date the owner to move me? I don't know what that means. You like to be a grifter. Of course, you do nothing all day and not want to pay to be at a business. Well, that's true that I don't want to pay to be at a business. You call me a grifter, but I'm not grifting any money off of anybody. Have you heard me anytime say anything like, hey, please donate money to me? Are you sure you're sober, Cole? I don't, seem to be making especially a lot of sense. What about drama? Do tell, Kate. Not copying you anymore. Call the quits with your boyfriend, Pierre? Who's Pierre? They have a CBD soda. Yeah, well, they have this Lagunitas hops water, it's called. I sell $100 service. Unfortunately, I sell more than I'd like to. Do you think that's how I make my living or something? I don't like to work. I don't. I'm not out there pimping my service or whatever. How much money do you think I make doing that? You think an hour of my intensive attention and time isn't worth $100? You may value your own time and attention that little, but I don't. You want to talk about grifters? There are people in the typology community who are such. People who try to charge you a lot of money to spend a very short amount of time to tell you what type they're absolutely certain you are, even though they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. I've actually done a lot of work on the subject. But, you know, if I start getting too many typing sessions, then I'll raise the price. Because I don't like to do that many typing sessions. And anybody who thinks like talking with famous people is a hustle of some kind has done no work in gathering data about the channel, me, or anything else related to YouTube. Yeah, I have a monetized channel. I spend shit tons of my time live streaming and despite having been doing this steadily for like 10 years, I mean, not live streaming the whole time because when I started it was before live streaming, but I'm still like this month I saw on the dashboard that I was going to make over $100 from YouTube. Like $110 or something. Why? Well, because, I've never optimized the channel for success at all. I've never prioritized earnings. And when it comes to typing service, well, I definitely earn my money. I know what I'm doing. I do a serious job. I give people a full hour. I ask them a lot of questions, test a bunch of different skills, assess them as best I can. And I genuinely believe in what I'm doing in the sense that I don't believe I'm just making up some shit to tell somebody when they pay me $100. I believe that I'm doing the best to tell them what type they are, and that type is an actual thing, and then, all that stuff. So even if I were to be wrong about that, it would be incorrect to call me a grifter. You're well served to know what you're hunting before choosing what kind of ammunition to bring. You know what I'm saying? Certain kinds of attacks are likely to be effective and stick against certain kinds of people. Other kinds of attacks, not so much. Attacking me as some sort of like exploitative grifter person, you talk about bringing a harpoon to a sparrow hunt. You're totally ill-equipped to make any headway in that area. I'm almost pathologically impractical about this YouTube channel. Anyway, it's never been the case that I've anywhere close to made my living off of typing or the channel, or both even combined. It's just a little supplementary income. Nor do I want to. I mean, obviously, I would like it if I got more ad revenue without doing anything different. That'd be nice. Sure, why not? I'm not going to do anything different to optimize things so that I accomplish that, though. I know this from experience. It's not like I'm deciding that. It's just I know from experience how I am, and I can't keep up those kind of things. I don't care about it enough, and it's too icky. I never solicit super chats or even memberships. I never ask people to become members. I only, in like the last week, have started asking people sometimes to subscribe because I'm trying to get 10,000 subs. Normally, historically, I never ask people to like my videos, subscribe, or anything like that. I'm, like I said, pathologically impractical. But you do you. You do you, and I'll do me. Right now, you doing you is telling me how horrible I am, and that's fine. And if it makes you feel better to tell me that, you go right ahead. Chevy 5-speed. I actually have a, what's it called? 6-speed. I have a 6th gear on my car. It's a Mini Cooper. Well, yeah, obviously that guy was trying to troll everybody, but what I think is interesting about Cole is the way that it would almost seem to be a certain amount of TI operating in the way that he retracts things that don't work well, as though history can be erased when the live stream is, published and necessarily involves me reading aloud what he says, then it's there on the permanent record, so to speak. But here's an interesting one. I enjoyed him. I hope he comes around again. He was fun. Unless he got banned or something, did he? No, he's just retracting stuff. So, anyway, that is kind of the way of the ESFP, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily the way of the ESFP to retract things once they put them out there. They don't seem to think that meanings are sticky and that persistence of statements matters. Master's trouble needs a smack or a snack. I'm beginning to feel like he needs a smack because I'm tired of watching him eat. I watched you eat enough, Mr. Man. So if I'm only going to play like 2 songs or 1 song, we'll see how much time they afford you. But if I were to only play 2 songs, well, what do people think who know what my songs are that I play? Seen me play things before. I doubt Rachel will play with me tonight. She might, depends on her mood. Because if she's gonna play with me tonight, then she's gonna have to be in the mood, not just to play tonight, but why the bad rep? Well, I think the reason they have a bad rap around here is because ESFPs who come around here and try to engage about typology, they're really, it's like me trying to play baseball left-handed. I'm just really badly suited for what I'm doing, right? And so to even be pursuing heavily an interest in something that I'm so poorly suited for is not an indication of optimality of functioning in some sense. So when ESFPs do come into the typology community, they typically do things like say they're ENTPs or some other type, and then butt heads with me a lot because we use language for very different reasons. It's possible to ESFPs are equipped to make great presentations. Retraction means they are convinced they didn't win over any people. I don't think he was trying to win over any people, right? He was trying to provoke certain kinds of responses. My responses were inconsistent with the kind of responses he wanted to provoke, so I don't think he was trying to win people over, like, in other words, convince people that he was right about me or something, because he was clearly just finding whatever he could find to attack me with. He didn't have any, like, honest perspectives on me or anything. So, who knows why people come in and want to provoke a lot. Just something they get kicks out of for whatever reason. Because they beat Eric what they're better equipped for. I mean, you might say that Club ENTP beat me on one occasion when he kind of cajoled me into doing typing on his channel, and then FE expectationed me, and generally kind of drove that typing session bus. So that's the case. That it's not impossible for them to beat me in this capacity by, say, being disruptive, by saying a bunch of things that cause me to lose track of where I am going in this line of argument and start a new one, only to have that interrupted, cause me to start a new one. That's how SE DOMs can defeat me, so to speak. They take advantage of the difficulty I have with resisting responding to something that's provocative if it's wrong. I intentionally, it's kind of my default response to something that's wrong to correct it, or at least to negate it. I don't necessarily have to have something that's correct as an alternative to it, but I would feel a need to negate it, So, like everybody, I am somewhat a slave to my attentional habits, and also like everybody, it's possible for me to, I have open system capacity, so I can adapt. I can understand what someone's doing and purposefully behave differently than my reflex, right? Yeah, it's not. But you're wrong about that. It's not that I should publish one too. It's that I'm the only person who should publish one. And those people who are writing books, publishing books, whatever, they have not done job one. Determine whether or not I understand this well enough to write a book. Where's my strap? Where's my strapping young lad? I don't know where it is. Blippy glasses? These glasses are called Skibbity Bomber Glass. I don't know if you ever heard of the brand before. But they're some of the hottest new glasses of 2024. I got them at the supermarket. Does feel like it's in tune. I mean, it sounds like it's in tune. It doesn't feel like it's in tune. It sounds like it's in tune. I don't know if I'll play the second night tonight or not. I didn't play it very well last night. It didn't hit especially well last night, but that's not necessarily an indication of whether I should play it or not. Probably I should just sort of read the room, get a sense of what comes before. Name an NFL player. Divine Diablo. I Will Forgive You. Anvar Nizamov. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks a soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves? Where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks a soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves, where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types? They lie beneath the million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. Yeah, it may be too quiet for a noisy room. True. True that. I'm not going to plug in. I have to go get the amp out of the car, for one thing. And it's only 11:22 a.m. Rachel, understandably, is still in bed. I have recorded that song. I have a couple recordings of it. There's one called Interruption. It's probably the best recording of it. There is an interruption at the end, however. Have you ever wondered why everyone is connected now, but many are lonely? Loneliness is apparently at an all-time high in recent years. Well, COVID has something to do with that. But, I mean, I don't feel lonely, and I don't really see anybody in real life except for Rachel. So, whereas if I just saw Rachel all the time and didn't have this channel, I would feel lonely. For me, this represents a good, healthy, satisfying form of social engagement. So I don't understand why it couldn't function equivalently for others. But I get that for some, these kind of engagements don't comprise deep enough relationships to make them feel unlonely, maybe? I don't know. Hopefully, when people are here, they don't feel lonely. I'll probably play Gregory in Disguise because that one seems to be the most immediately pleasing to people. Here's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. So now he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. When walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. But then the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. That played nice. So, somebody says, spending time around a lot of people doesn't necessarily mean you aren't lonely. Well, yeah, I think you need to spend time around people who at least make an effort to understand you, or who are engaging in ways that you find fulfilling in some fashion. Thanks, Winston's mom. I'm not sure why. The world does not know. Maybe it's because I never formally published it. That might have something to do with it. I'd like to hope not, but probably it does. I think Destruction of the Whole Damn World went okay last night. I'm that's sort of re-entering my repertoire of things that I might want to play sometimes. If I don't know Alan Walker who I am. I don't know that song Light Stopper, but I will play you this song called Destruction of the Whole Damn World. We need to know. We need to see. We need to pen happenings down by a means to judge a logic to life we divisively unlike and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, cursing, and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Judy shares now her limits. Sure, Rachel. Hoping Julie will too. Jerry shares for 4 minutes. He just can't share things like they do. Well, Judy always thought that she should have bought 2 when she had the chance to buy. Julie soon forgot about should and ought, although she ought recall she'll die. People everywhere gather up, enemy outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, cursing, and Desiree, we stick with such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Kaboom. I didn't sing it very well. My voice kind of shot. But I play the guitar pretty well. That counts for something, I suppose. I'm not sure what we want to. Thanks, it's me. You like to use a Martin. Well, you've got a better guitar than me. This guitar is a $500 guitar. It's fine. It's a good guitar. I like it. What I mostly like about it is that it's an electric guitar, and after many years of only playing acoustic guitar, boy, my ability to play the guitar sure did improve when I started playing on this one, which is a lot easier to play. My old guitar that I used to play on was incredibly difficult to play. At high action, required a lot of finger strength. Begging for a few essential sonic embellishments. Well, I mean, once Rachel comes and joins me, it makes sense to plug in the little amp. But you want me to get a distortion pedal. I don't want to play to a distorted kind of sound. I don't mind messing with the EQ when I'm fucking around, or when I'm drafting a tone. But I don't want life to be distorted as a bone of contention for me. I rarely think see that distortion is appropriate when they can't hear what guitar is doing, 'cause it's all mushed together like it was two, and I don't like that sound, at least for my own songs. Sure, darling, you take your time. Can somebody hide him or something? I don't need to be spammed with that. Thank you. You're a gentlewoman, a scholar, and a reader of fine literature. And I appreciate that, all of those things. All right, well, I'm going to put the guitar away for now. I think I will keep streaming on the grounds that we might, well, I don't know if we need to be streaming or not when we're practicing. It might not be a good thing, actually. Might be better to practice without streaming it, but it might be better to practice with streaming it. We'll see what Rachel's had to say. And, she may want to take a bath of batter ball. And that might impact her feelings on the matter after she lets that kick in, if she does that. Or it might not, Who am I to know things about stuff? I'm just regular old Eric. What do I know? I can't solve the question of why human beings exist. That's beyond my ability. But if I try my very hardest, I probably can make myself something to eat. Now, Rachel, would you like one of these round breads? Oh yeah, we got gabapentin galore, darling. Got a whole bottle full of gabapentin. You want one of these round breads prepared in the usual fashion? Well, with the cooking of it and the spreading of that white stuff and everything. All right, bagels coming up. Bagel for me, bagel for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2. Now it's time for me to teach everyone how to make a bagel. Yes, Eric's kitchen expertise is now something you too can enjoy. And I will demonstrate to you how you can enjoy it by teaching you the tricky and challenging art of preparing a bagel. Number one rule for preparing a bagel. I gotta answer this call. Hi everybody. You're gonna have to excuse me for another second here. Okay, sorry everybody. I needed to send Delilah a code. She was doing some, account stuff. She has my phone as one of her verification things. So I sent her that code. So anyway, the key first step in making bagels is this. So I sent her that code. So anyway, the key first step in making bagels is this. Don't trust this line here. Don't think, oh, it's already cut in half. They're just lying when they do that. Okay? They're lying to you. And you shouldn't believe it. Now, that's why you have to cut them in half with the same tool you use later to do the spreading of this bread. All right, next up, we're going to put these in what's referred to as a toaster oven. These bagels are a little too big to fit them all in here with that extra tray, so just stick them in like this. Voila. Now, this here has a setting for bagels. It's that one. So you just turn it to that one, and then what you're going to want to do is let that cook. It's going to take a certain amount of time, somewhere between 1 second and 1 hour. Listen for the beep. That's how it indicates to you, hey, I'm done cooking your bagel. Somebody answer the phone. I did answer it. Oh, okay, we need to go to the store then, Rachel. And we need to talk to him about your olanzapine as well. Find out what's up with that. So, what is this please and thank you related to? Do we have any gabapentin yet? Oh, yeah, right. Cool. Yeah, we got gabapentin galore. So anyway, I sent that thing to Delilah that she wanted. Good for me. I don't have to type Cone Man today. Good for me. And eat it. It made already. It's not made already. It has to be toasted here, lamb. You can't make a bagel with cream cheese without toasting it first. You're reducing its quality by at least 30%, maybe more, maybe 50%. How much percent worse do you think an untoasted bagel with cream cheese is than a toasted bagel with cream cheese? Anybody got any thoughts on that? I'm saying 50% worse. No, she doesn't need to go to the weed store. She needs to go to the pharmacy to check on a couple of her prescriptions. She needs to get her Klonopin, and then she needs to, we need to talk to them about her olanzapine, which this month she got some indication that it was going to cost $600. Well, we cannot afford to pay $600 a month for her olanzapine. So if in fact it's going to cost that much, then we're going to ask Dr. Ingram to send it to Rite Aid or CVS or someplace else where it hopefully will be less expensive. But I'm hopeful that they're just going to say, oh, you don't have insurance again? You know, they tend to want to reconfirm that all the time for some reason. And then hopefully they give us the price they have been giving us for, which is like $30. So $30 is obviously dramatically less expensive than $600. The idea that your medication could 1 month be $30 and the next month be $600 is proof positive that something is screwy in Healthtown, you know? And that something that's screwy in Healthtown is called health insurance. History's worst idea. Toasted is way better, right? It's way better. I'm going to say 50% better. But even that is a conservative estimate. Could be as much as 75% better. Well, if you think about it, 100% better is just twice as good. So I'm not sure if a toasted bagel with cream cheese is twice as good, because that's affording a lot of positive impact to just a single act of toasting. Most of the content of what you're eating, the bagel, the cream cheese, the cut in halfedness, the spready outedness of the cream cheese. All those things are unimpacted by its toastedness. But nevertheless, somehow that toasting is necessary, or else your bagel just feels like shitty dough. Just bad dough. With toasting, it erupts in bagel flavor. Without, it's just bad dough. I'm saying it's not worse than eating an uncooked pizza, but it is worse than eating an uncooked cheese sandwich. I think that's fair, Winston's mom. I think you're a fair woman making fair statements. And that you should be proud of that. Because a lot of us in life, we have trouble being either fair women or making fair statements. I have trouble being a fair woman. Mostly because I'm not a woman. But I think you get where I'm coming from here. Here's one of those bee flies. Look, it's a fly, but it's striped like a bee. And if you're not paying that much attention, when it first flies around you, you go, oh no, it's a bee. And you go, oh, it's not a bee, it's a bee fly. Bee fly. That's what my mother told me at birth. I've never forgotten it ever since. I've been fly ever since. Not fly for whatever, just supremely fly. Upon attaining flyness, I realized I'm here, I've arrived, I'm finally fly. And I said, next up, I'm going to work on being dope. I see that Mr. Kartoffel is here again, asking important questions like, would I want a pet apple that gives you free apples for money? No, thank you. A cooked bagel with cream cheese is twice as good as 2 stale donuts, but not as good as 2 croissants. High Rachel, says Acacia, with a heart, indicating love. Winston's mom says, or 1 bubble tent in the Maldives with 2 people inside. Would you want a pet tree that gives you free fruit for money? No. But here on a cloudy day in the Cumberland, a bagel with lox and capers sounds pretty darn delicious. These are enslaved fruits. Yes, they are, Acacia. That's what we can conclude. I turned around to look inside so I could read the chat. Looked through the window, was able to read the chat successfully on the big screen TV. Even though the phone, which is right in front of my face, I cannot read. They are free fruit. They cost money, but they're not enslaved. Well, 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 what have we here? We've got some squirrels, got some birds. We've got a shifted plan, you know. I've shifted from building my day around typing Cone Man to making bagels, thinking Rachel and I might practice a little bit, you know. I kind of gotta preserve my voice some because it's kind of shot right now. Because the tree isn't magical. Yeah, Acacia. Only magical things are free in life. Everything else costs money. Frequently, lots of it. Love costs lots of money. Avocados aren't fruits, Acacia. They're their own kind of thing, like marsupials. They're neither fruits nor vegetables. They're just mushy green stuff. Mitch McConnell to step down from GOP leadership. Okay. What I have to say in response to that is, what abs McGabs? What evs McGabs. Now, after I make these bagels, I'm considering doing another instance of cooking. It doesn't take a long time to cook this other thing I'm thinking about cooking. So it makes sense maybe for me to cook it. I need another plate. Obviously, 2 people, 2 bagels, 2 plates. You've got to be sensible. You know what? I thought this tub of cream cheese was exactly the right amount for 1 bag of bagels. But it must be the right amount for 2 bags of bagels because I'm not on track to cash this after the next 2 bagels from the bag. Now, I must not have noticed that last time we had bought an intervening bag of bagels without buying more cream cheese. That must be what happened because we ran out of cream cheese on the last bag of bagels. I thought, oh, I guess one of these tubs of cream cheese lasts for exactly 1 pack of bagels. But no, I was wrong, obviously, because if that were the case, I'd have less cream cheese in the tub right now than I do. Or, you might say, I'd have fewer cream cheeses. But if you were to say that, you'd be wrong. Uh-oh. Something sounds like it fell over. It's really, you know what? Actually, I stand corrected. This is gonna get cashed after one bag of cream cheese. Please make the correction in your notes. It's time. Eric was wrong about the duration of a single tub of cream cheese. I guess proving is bad TE maybe in the process. Hard to say. And we'll put the rest of this cream cheese back in here. So that, and you see, there's this much cream cheese left, which is just about right for the last 2 days. I don't know why I couldn't extrapolate out from the amount that was dispatched from the first 2 bagels that yes, I was going to run out after the next 2 bagels until after I'd done these 2 bagels. But for some reason, I was unable to make that calculation. Anyway, what I was able to do is complete the making of these bagels. And I feel pretty good about that. I feel kind of like a world champion of majesty. I'm a world champion of majesty, so majestic am I. I'm a world champion of tragedy, so tragic am I. I forgot to have food though. He looks like Irish drink. I'm not Irish. My ancestry, so to speak, is German. But I am, in my opinion, an American, not German or any other nonsense like that. I'm just a regular American. There's a guy in my hometown pretending to be a police officer and pulling people over. Just got the notification from the county they're searching for him. Does he have a police car? And no, I don't actually drink Mocha Juliet. I'm not somebody who consumes alcohol. So maybe I look like an Irish drunk, but I'm not. I can see why people pull over. They assume it's undercover, you know. Hi, Aubrey Goodington. Goodgian. Yes, it is me. I am your father. I guess I must have at some point gotten with Miss Goodgian and accidentally impregnated her. Mm-hmm. You did. Sorry I've ignored you all these years. It's just that, like, I didn't really have room in my life for another child. You got your tarot cards dirty doing a reading on a park bench, huh? Reading on a park bench. Do I ever get the milk? Actually, no. I was like, since I'm leaving my family, I think I'll just not actually get the milk. I got perfume behind me? This stuff? Oh, this. Yeah, this is one of Rachel's perfumes. It's called, it's called Dream. I'll put on my glasses to see what it's called. Dream Night, maybe it looked like it said. Well, I'm no longer typing Cone Man Jeremiah. He declined the Google Meet invitation. I'm not sure what happened, but Dream Moon, is that what it said? Okay, cool. This one is one that I bought her. I thought it had a funny name. It's called Youth Do, which is a ridiculous name, you know. There's some other girl stuff over here. You want to look at that too? Yeah, okay, Sean. That's cool. I'll get it out of the way. Let me reschedule you. Let me reschedule it to you. Can you do 12:30 actually? Can we? Maybe I'll leave this in 15 minutes. Can you do that in 30 minutes? No, he sent me an email telling me he wanted today, middle of the day, my time. I'm pretty sure that's what he indicated there. And I said, so I scheduled it for 1 o'clock on calendar, you know, send him the email invite to the Google meeting, but then he declined it. I don't know why. And it's silly for us to speculate as to why. So this is one of Rachel's girl things too. It's called 59. Sol de Janeiro. Sol de Janeiro 59. I'll turn it this way so you can see it, but see it without it being reversed or whatever. Sol de Janeiro 59. I'm not sure. Oh, this is Perfume Mist. I guess this is another perfume. But for some reason, she also has a bigger one for the same stuff. I'm not sure if this is. Well, I can't read that thing on the bottom. I don't know where my glasses are, and I can't read it. So I don't know what it says on the bottom there. But oh yeah, that one also says perfume mist. So I don't know why she has a big bottle and a little bottle of it, but she does. You know, I'm sure if anybody wants to discuss, um, if anybody wants to discuss perfumes, that Rachel, I'm sure, will be delighted to discuss the topic with you. She likes that topic a lot, and she has a lot of different perfumes. So um, she could give you an extensive perfume tour. I'm confident. You're back to talk about the Beatles some more. That's a good topic. You know, you made me want to open up the discographies for each of the good albums, Rubber Soul and Forward Up, but not including Let It Be. And then I'll actually answer the question, what is my favorite song on that album? Let's put Rubber Soul track list. All right, so my favorite song on this album is What Goes On. What Goes On? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I didn't see all of the songs on it. Yeah, I'd say What Goes On. Um, I'm Looking Through You is Snappy. Oh, The Word. That's my favorite one on this album is The Word. Number 6. That's a great track. But this is such a great album, right? Like, I'm Looking Through You, Run for Your Life, What Goes On, The Word. Any of those could qualify as a top track on this album for me. Okay, but I'm going to go with The Word. Now, Rubber Soul. I'm sorry, Revolver. All right. I think my favorite track on Revolver, which I think is not quite as good an album as Rubber Soul, frankly, but is also a very great album. I think my favorite track on Revolver is Got to Get You Into My Life. Got to get you into my life. Now, it should be noted while we're discussing the Beatles that Good Day Sunshine, the 8th track on Revolver, is Eric's official song for Global Beatles Day, which sings like this. Global Beatles Day today is Global Beatles Day today is Global Beatles. I like to walk, it's Global Beatles Day. I'm in love, it's Global Beatles Day. I feel good, it's Global Beatles Day. And that song worked really well for Global Beatles Day? I think it does. All right, the next album that I want to look at after Revolver, I guess is Help? Or is that... Oh, Help's before Rubber Soul, huh? Help's a pretty good album. I would say from Help, I'm going to go with either The Night Before or I've Just Seen a Face. It's either The Night Before or I've Just Seen a Face. One of those two is my favorite. I think I'll go with I've Just Seen a Face. Now, we've done Rubber Soul, we've done Help, we've done Revolver. Let's move forward to what's next? Like Magical Mystery Tour, maybe? So for this one, I'm going to go with either Penny Lane or Your Mother Should Know. One of those two is the best song on Magical Mystery Tour. And I'm not just saying it's my taste, I'm saying it's actually the best song. All right, next album up after Magical Mystery Tour, let's go with Sgt. Pepper's. Sgt. Pepper's track list. So that's not right. Why do they have no Sgt. Pepper album track list? All right, now the best song on this album is When I'm 64. Lovely Rita is a great song too. Benefit of Mr. Kite's great. I like Fixing a Hole, you know. She's Leaving Home is incredibly sad. All right, now, next let's check Penny Lane soundtrack. Penny Lane track list. All right, so from Penny Lane, I'm going to go with okay. Well, Penny Lane, you've got Penny Lane's a good song. All My Lovin's a good song. Lady Madonna's pretty great. Wait, is this really the album track list? Why can't I get the actual? Why is it so difficult to get the track list for something? It's ridiculous. Okay, so this album, where's the track list? Come on. Please don't fuck around any further and just give me the track list. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Penny Lane discography.
Penny Lane, I think, is on Mystery Tour.
Oh, is that why I'm having problems with it? Because it's not an album. I'm sorry. I meant to say Abbey Road. You can understand why I got confused for a second. Because they're both names of roads. That's why I couldn't find the discography for Abbey Road, because I Googled the wrong name.
It happens.
Yeah.
Got lost in the Google space.
Abbey Road. Now we should be able to find track list on this one, because I've got the right thing put in. But still, why am I having so much trouble just finding a straightforward track list? There we go. All right, Come Together, Something in the Way She Moves, Maxwell Silverhammer, Oh Darling, Octopus's Garden, I Want You, Here Comes the Sun Because You Never Give Me Your Money, Sun King, Me, Mr. Mustard, Pauline Pam, She Came In Through the Bathroom Window. Well, I think the best album on this, the best song on this album is She Came In Through the Bathroom Window. Although I would also give a solid thumbs up to Maxwell Silverhammer and Oh Darling, which are both great tracks as well. Me, Mr. Mustard, Pauline Pam are both great tracks as well. I don't love Sun King, so I wouldn't say I love the entire medley part. Okay, now, what other albums have I not thought of? Oh, the White Album, of course. The White Album track list. All right. Wait, that's not the White Album. What is going on? Like, why is this so difficult for you?
That's it. The Beatles album.
All right. So in this one, we've got Back in the USSR, Dear Prudence, Glass Onion, Obladi Oblada, Wild Honey Pie, The Continued Story of Bungalow Bill, While My Guitar Gently Weeps, Happiness is a Warm Gun, Martha My Dear, I'm So Tired, Blackbird Piggies, Rocky Raccoon, Don't Pass Me By, Why Don't We Do It on the Road, I Will, Julia. So for that, what?
I don't know.
Oh, for fuck's sake. This is the track listing for the Super Deluxe 6 CD.
I think it's the first one. Oh, that one. Yeah.
Here we go.
There you go.
All right. So, Martha, My Dear, I'm So Tired, Blackbird Piggies, Rocky Raccoon, Don't Pass Me By, Why Don't We Do It on the Road, I Will, Julia, Birthday, Your Blues, Mother Nature's Son, Everybody's Got Something to Hide Except for Me and My Monkey, Sexy Sadie, Helter Skelter, Long, 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 Revolution 1, Honey Pie, Savoy Trouble, Cry Baby Cry, Revolution number 9, and Good Night. All right, so first of all, let's include on the possibility list Cry Baby Cry, Honey Pie, the one that goes, Honey Pie, you were driving me crazy. I'm in love, but I'm lazy. So won't you please come home? That one. The other one is kind of fun too, but it's not, wouldn't make my list. Yeah, that one. So anyway, I put Cry Baby Cry, which is a great song. Honey Pie on the list of possibilities. Mother Nature's Son is a great song.
Mm-hmm.
And Julia is a great song. If you like the slower songs, you know. Don't Pass Me By might be my favorite one on the whole album, actually. But Martha My Dear is really great as well. And it's hard not to appreciate Back in the USSR, the straight up rock song, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna go with Don't Pass Me By. That's my favorite song on the White Album. When you just skip Let It Be, the only good song on Let It Be is Let It Be. Is there another good song on Let It Be?
I don't know.
And you're like the history's biggest Beatle fan, and you don't even know if there's another good song on Let It Be. That says everything you need to hear.
Yes, because Let It Be was one of the albums, like when I was buying them as a kid, where I was like, I think I could probably skip this one, because...
It's not very good.
No.
What do you think about Sneeko? I don't know what Sneeko is. Heyman's Green is more Beatles than anything the Beatles ever released. I mean, if that's the case, then Heyman's Green is just copying the Beatles. Whoever that is. I'm not powerless over crack cocaine and my life is manageable. Good for you, Jacksonville kid. I'm proud of your manageable crack habit. Who mentioned Sneeko? They are my people. Jack Smith mentioned Sneeko.
I don't know Sneeko either. There's so many artists out right now. It's like insane.
Mm-hmm. Man with the great machete enjoys the taste of his foot. What is Sneeko then? You tell me what it is. Grilled pie jacks? She feeds both off and of human tears. You don't gotta worry about that, KE. I gotcha. I'll asterisk it for you like I just did.
Oh no.
The Andrew Tate's love child?
That's not good.
Sneeko? Why is his name Sneeko? It's not like he might have been named by Michael Jackson. So like a sibling of Blanket. Blanket! Well, oh right. Did I ever meow with Sean that we do it at 12:30? Or no? I don't remember. Let me put it on the calendar for 12:30. And let me delete this one. Delete. 12:30. Sean. Sean typing. Actually, no. Let me not do it this way. Let me do it this way. Discard. Go to tomorrow's typing and move that to 12:30 to 1:30 on the 28th. Save, send. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this up shortly because since Cone Man canceled, I figured, and Sean offered, I figured I might as well get that out of the way by getting it done today. Who's Starano featuring Sneeko? Varens are like purple inside, so no thanks. What are Varens? Never even heard of that before. Sean L is excited to be out of the way. Well, I'm excited to get you out of the way, Sean L. So you and I are on the same page. I'm sure we're going to have a wonderful session full of delight, joy, excitement, and pleasure. So I guess you must have figured out your PayPal thing, huh? Because you're the one I sent Rachel's Venmo address to, right?
Elaine, I think. I haven't gotten anything though.
You haven't gotten anything. No, I think it was Sean, and he must have figured out a PayPal. I will send you that money from the PayPal. I'll transfer it to you anyway.
Thank you.
Sure.
Why don't you check? I feel like I have so much to do and like no time.
Why don't you have time? Do you want to take half a ad?
Yeah, I definitely do.
Okay, so I think you have a half left.
I do.
And
I should.
if you want another half. I can give you another half.
Okay, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine. I owe you a half still. I'm gonna give you 4.5 to start out with.
Oh. I did not notice it.
Ah, cool. Yeah, it was him. So you're not gonna get any
Okay.
Venmo. You're not gonna get any Venmo. I will instead PayPal you that money. Here you go, Rachel dear. It's an Adderall for you. Some coffee's right here, a little bit dear. Drink it all down with your frown. Somebody was asking about your perfume earlier. You had a little bottle of it, and we looked at it.
Yeah, I was wondering. Oh, I have a full one.
Oh, you have a full one?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take that half back then. Well, you can get it from me later, some other occasion.
Can I have the coffee?
Oh yeah, there's barely any left.
Oh, it's okay. I'll get another drink then.
You could get yourself some coffee.
Yeah.
You gotta have to microwave it though. Why do you have 2 size bottles of cinnamon? Was that an accident?
Yeah, it was.
That seemed like a Rachel purchasing accident. Hey, Rachel occasionally has purchasing accidents and will get like 3 of one thing or whatever.
Yeah. Sometimes
it's their
it's on
fault.
purpose.
Well,
that
sometimes
isn't a mistake, but sometimes like multiples are on purpose because they're like $25.
Mm.
So I'll like use it a lot and then I'll have a backup.
There's some socks of yours on that chair right there, I believe.
There's socks in what? Oh, this isn't mine.
What are those? Those are my socks?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I guess they're my socks. I guess they're fancy dress socks. I just assumed because they were dark like that, they must be your socks, but my bad.
You got the sock thing.
I'm gonna have to go to sleep soon. I'll be busy for the next few days. Well, okay, good luck with staying busy the next few days because I'm gonna be live streaming and you're probably gonna find it irresistible. He's gonna be like, I have to watch our stream. He's so amazingly interesting to me. With his words and his meow. It's amazing. Okay, he'll try to go to sleep right now. She's like, but Eric's got like 3 more minutes. I have to stay awake. I can't miss any of it. A couple of flights. Instead, what Kay will do is fly low to the ground in a hot air balloon so that she can maintain connectivity with her phone the whole time. Only album I heard, to be honest, was good. Who was good? Talking about what's his name? William Shatner. I mean, I could if I had private jet money. You know what's even cheaper than a private jet? Is a hot air balloon. So that's one to grow on. Okay, I'm going to wrap this up so I can have a few minutes before I start here with Sean to shake off the dust. And I'll see y'all later. Not sure if I'm going to be live streaming from the open mic tonight, but I might be. I gotta kind of read the vibe. It's a little tricky for me to, well, because when I'm streaming, for example, I feel a sense of like they might not want me filming them, and or I want to engage with the chatters more, so I end up going outside. It makes me, I'm splitting my difference between, am I here to participate in the open mic and enjoy it, or am I live streaming? So it's a little bit of a for me. But anyway, I'll talk to you later. See you later, and love you all. Bye.